Hello. Hello, hello. How is everyone doing today? I hope you all are good. I did not realize today, or I think technically it's tomorrow, is the affiliate anniversary, but Twitch is allowing me to celebrate now, so it's like sure, why not? I definitely didn't forget that this was happening. No, sir. You have no proof. There's no proof. But yeah, today we will be doing a trial series. Technically, A Realm Reborn had a trial series in that you have to fight Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda again, but they're slightly harder, and you're doing it with like 8 human players total as opposed to a 4-person party. But there's like not really a story to it. I mean, there kinda is, but it's just, hey, the Ascians are doing shenanigans, and so like I just kind of skipped it. It doesn't matter. Even though I think you do need to do it to get out of A Realm Reborn and into Heavensward, but it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Narratively, it doesn't matter. But I don't know what the button's for. Let's just keep going. Let's just do trial series. The Warring Triad, sealed deep within a research facility on Ozzy's Law, are 3 icons, beings of fearsome power that have slumbered since the fall of Alag. When one icon, Sephiroth, the Fiend, threatens to stir, the warrior light sets off at the behest of the enigmatic Uno Kelhai to face it in an epic struggle. Fine, I'll get off the fence. Will you let me do it now? Thank you. There we go. Gods of Eld. Torsfurs has a message for you from a mysterious stranger. Oh, my lady, Frolona. During your absence, a stranger came calling. Upon learning that you were away, he left a message to the effect that he wishes to speak with you and will await you at the Rising Stones. If you have a mind to oblige the stranger, please be careful. I cannot well explain why, but it put me at ill at ease to simply be near him. That's probably fine. Probably, maybe. To those Rising Stones. Yeah, people are getting all ready for the holidays. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. All right, here we are in the solar. I've been here in a hot second. My thanks for coming. Kelhai is my name, and I serve a friend. I sought you out that I might alert you to the rising threat of the beings known as icons. You are aware of the threat, you say. But I speak not of the primals, of which you are exceedingly well acquainted. It may interest you to know the term icon and the beings to which it refers to precede the Garlean Empire by eras. You see, it is the name by which the Allegans called godlike beings, the dark divinity Odin among them. And the Garleans, who seek to emulate the glory of ancient Alleg, have simply availed themselves to it. Pray, permit me to continue the tale. Arianje, how kind of you to join us. As the Warrior of Light's comrade, my participation is but to be expected. After all, the matter doth pertain to the very fate of the star. The icons of Eld, in the distant past, these mighty beings did offer fierce resistance to the Allegan Empire. However, they eventually fell to the men of Alleg, who devised the means by which to capture them. And it did not end with capture, as you well know, for the Allegans also learned how to harness the icon's power. They refined this knowledge at the Ethereal-Chemical Research Facility in Azizla, and within the centrifugal crystal engine, they sealed 3 of the beings, the Warring Triad. Twas the first and foremost to acquire the infinite power of the Warring Triad that the Archbishop did seek Azizla. But in the wake of his defeat, the bindings which confine the icons were severely damaged. Doubt not that they will fail completely ere long. Know that we do not condemn you for striking down the Archbishop. You are simply fulfilling your destiny, and yet, were the Warring Triad to be released into the world, unimaginable destruction would ensue. Take heart, for there is still hope. Through swift action, we may yet prevent their awakening and see them resealed. But in dealing with this new threat, our first step must be to contend with the old. 2 savage gods are returned, I fear, summoned once more by their worshippers and out of strength far surpassing their previous incarnations. I speak of the primals, Ravana and Bismarck. If left unchecked, they will inevitably seek to seize the power of the Warring Triad. This will serve to feed the confluence of chaos and hasten the icon's awakening. To wit, we must needs vanquish both their kinds. I pray thee, however, to first focus thy gaze upon the primals, ere we turn our attention to those icons in their fitful slumber. I shall return to Awakened Sands forthwith and consider such measures as are available to us. Meanwhile, I bid thee attend to the task of eliminating the primals. Young Unukalhai shall assist thee. Rest assured he is not our enemy. For the time being, at least. So yeah, this is also how you unlock the extreme version of the fights for Ravana and Bismarck. Despite what Oriange says, you don't have to do them. When you're normally going through this and you talk to Unukalhai, he'll have several quests. One of them is when the bow wakes, meaning that you can just bypass doing the extreme versions of Bismarck and Ravana. You don't have to fight them. It's totally fine. I certainly didn't. I didn't fight them until way late. I didn't fight extreme Bismarck and Ravana until I could do it solo. But yeah, when the bow wakes, Unukalhai is as anxious to act before the Warring Triad awaken. The time has come, Warrior Light. We must move against the Warring Triad now or suffer the consequences. The seal is cracked and the icons stir. Should they be allowed to awaken and resume their titanic conflict, it will... Thank you for the money, I guess? Should they be allowed to awaken and resume in their titanic conflict, it will be like to the coming of a second calamity. You, Frelona, represent our best hope of eliminating this threat. That said, the very act of entering the containment facility itself presents a certain unique challenges. So unique, in fact, that I struggle to locate an individual with the requisite talents to surmount them. Were it not for the impressively diverse connections of your fellow scions, I might still be searching. Happily, however, they were able to furnish me with a suitable candidate. Now, along with you and your Echo-blessed companions, all the pieces we need to proceed with this deadly game are right upon the board. Victory hinges upon no less than the total destruction of the Warring Triad. But we must also wear the interference of those who covet the Allegan's primal harnessing technology. I speak, of course, of the blindly grasping hand of the Garlean Empire and its fumbling agents. The ignorant meddling of the Empire will serve only to hasten the Icon's awakening, and it is my master's desire that the Triad be dispatched before the Imperial forces delve too deeply. Being the nearest to wakefulness, the Icon Sephiroth shall be your first adversary. Make your preparations and join me on the flagship at Nazizla. We shall speak further there. That's not the airship, sir, but sure. The Warring Triad is the collective term for 3 immensely powerful icons that were brought into existence during the twilight of the Third Astral Era. Summoned by the native tribes of Mericidia, these entities were set against the encroaching forces of the Allegan Empire. The strength of a primal is determined by the fervent prayers of its faithful. And as the Mericidians' prayers called for saviors with the power to throw back an imperial invasion, the resulting incarnations were perforce imbued with nigh incalculable might. If I am remembering my history of this game right, the imperial invasion of Mericidia is referring to the Alligans. Like the whole like Crystal Tower stuff, like those Alligans. Don't know, that seems too close to being Sephiroth. Well, I mean, they're derived from the same word, meaning angel, or something like that. Divine being? Close enough. That the Alligans were capable of conquering such godlike beings well illustrates the incredible heights to which their technology had ascended. The implacable, implacable empire subdued and imprisoned the warring Triad, shackled them to machinery that sustained the Icon's forms whilst at the same time leeching away their infinite energies. For 5 millennia did the warring Triad languish thus in dreaming servitude, their slumber undisturbed until Archbishop Thoradin VII of Ishgard rattled the bars of their cage. The Archbishop had come to Azizla to seek to absorb the Three's power and make himself a god without rival. It was fortunate, then, that the Warrior of Light and her companions thwarted Thoradin before he realized his tyrannical ambitions. But the victory was not without consequence. The violence of the battle cracked the seals that kept the Triad in torpor, and the Icons had begun to stir. Worse, the Garlean Empire and their heavy-handed efforts to plunder the secrets of Aziz's law threatened to drag them into full wakefulness. These terrible entities must be destroyed before they arise in all their cataclysmic splendor. Fun! One winged angel starts playing now! But yeah, while there are some... This is not my chocobo, hang on. There we go. While there are some references to Final Fantasy VII, like Ultima Weapon, the final boss of A Realm Reborn, is clearly supposed to be the ultimate weapon from 7. Anything as overt as Cloud and Sephiroth showing up in a crossover event has never happened. And as far as we are guessing, like players are guessing, that will never happen unless 14 is like financially in dire straits. And then it's going to be like, hey, look, you want to see your boys Cloud and Sephiroth? Here they are. But until then, it's just more subtle things. Yeah, throwing Squall for fun. Hey, if you subscribe long enough, like if you have like a long enough subscriber streak, you can actually get Squall's outfit just like for fun. Same with Cloud's Advent Children outfit for some reason. But yeah, like them themselves have not been in game. This is the place, Warrior Light. Here we will find the containment facility wherein entities of incalculable power lie chained, their fathomless energy siphoned away by the elegant devices. As I warned you, Sephiroth poses the most immediate threat. His dreaming mind drifts perilously close to consciousness. Thus must his destruction be our first concern. Your fellow Scions will be joining us anon, accompanied by the uniquely talented individual of whom I spoke. From what I gather, the two of you are already well acquainted. Let us continue inside and wait before the doors to the containment facility. You've not been... What voice did I fucking give Kryl? I've already forgotten. It is gone. You've not been waiting long, I trust. We are eager to lend whatever cooperation we may to your mission, Felona. It is an honor to meet you at last. I know of only one Mikote Scion, so you must be Archon Y'shtola. Meaning your diminutive companion is Mistress Kryl of the Students of Balesian, correct? Diminutive? Perhaps there have been some mistake. I assumed it was for my knowledge, not my stature, that you requested my assistance. The mistake is mine. My apologies if I have given offense. Maybe it would be best if we proceeded directly to the matter of our objectives. Also, buddy, you're like a kid, or at least you're using the kid model. You have no ground to stand on. Your adversary is the Icon Sephiroth of the Roaring Triad, otherwise known by the historians of Alag as the Fiend. He was once the patron deity to a tribe of tree-like beings native to Mericidia, but was subdued by the Allagan Empire after a lengthy war of attrition. After his defeat, he was imprisoned for use as a source of power. Even now, Sephiroth is never truly living nor dead, his mind bound in a dream while his body energies are harnessed by Allagan technologies. The explanation for his failure to dissipate into ether lies in his restraints. These ingenious devices serve not only to bind him, but to continuously regenerate his corporeal form. Meaning it will be all but impossible to banish him while said restraints are in place, yes? Remove them, however, and we risk allowing an unfathomably powerful, and doubtless vengeful, icon to run rampant. It seems we have no choice but to divide our forces. One team must locate the controls to Sephiroth's shackles and disable them, while the other stands ready to destroy him at the moment of his awakening. A most succinct assessment, Mistress Kryl. While I was aware that the Echo provided you with uncanny insight, I did not expect you to intuit the core of my strategy quite so swiftly. If only my gift offered such detailed analysis. Which is to say, it doesn't. I really took it upon myself to learn as much about the Triad's imprisonment as I could before coming here. It will be Fernlona and I, after all, who enter the Icon's den. Indeed, given the nature of our adversary, none save those under the aegis of the Echo should be permitted to enter the containment facility. The risk of primal influence is too great. Well, that's settled then. I will disable the restraints, and Fernlona and her gifted adventurer friends will welcome Sephiroth back into the waking world. Better that than the other way around, I'd say, considering our respective fields of expertise. And, of course, my diminutive stature. Right, it's time I had a little chat with the doorkeeper over there. Activating verification systems, lifting access restriction to Triad control. I had no idea that the Balesian curriculum was so comprehensive. When we locate the controls for Sephiroth's restraints, I shall gladly leave their operation to you. When we locate the controls, mayhap my words were unclear. Only those blessed with the Echo may safely enter the facility. Your concern for my sanity is touching, but unnecessary. Suffice it to say, I am in no danger of falling under the Icon's sway. Bleep, bloop, warning. Verification systems detect multiple unauthorized vessels entering restricted airspace. Security systems engaging intruders. The Garleans. Come, Arianje, we must keep the Imperials occupied. We too should be on our way. Gods, I would be lying if I said I wasn't slightly terrified, but I can't very well leave every deadly task to you, Scions. According to the history, Sephiroth was an immense in both size and strength, mighty enough to rout even the implacable armies of the Allagans, and that more than once. To cut a long story short, we have to get this right. I shall do my best to not wake up the Icon too much, as my grandfather always used to say of certain little monsters. Get them up and get them moving while their brains are still abed. Containment Bay S1T7 now accessible. Trials, Heavensward. Sephiroth the Fiend was a deity once worshipped by a tree-like race native to Mericidia. Brought into being for the sole purpose of repelling the Elegant invasion, Sephiroth inflicted ruinous losses upon the Imperial army before finally being subdued and imprisoned in the central facility of Ozzy's Law. And now, millennia later, this immensely powerful entity threatens to awaken, his vengeful dreams disturbed by the careless ambitions of Archbishop Thorin VII. Topple the first pillar of the warring Triad, or wheresoever his colossal shadow falls, shall be visited by the unthinkable catastrophe. Let's go! Hey, Boops, welcome, and thank ya. Yeah, I think the actual... What do you fucking mean more than 30 minutes? Hello? I don't fucking believe you, game. I don't want to believe that. What do you mean? Okay, I mean, I don't have a specific look for this, but what if I was a healer? Now, why do you say less than 5? Are there really that many people tanking at the moment? Possibly. No, wait, no, it does. It says we need tanks. That means there's not a lot of tanks in the queue. Interesting. You know what? Fuck it. This look won't work. It's fine. Hello, cat. But yeah, as I was explaining earlier, I think my actual affiliate anniversary is tomorrow, but Twitch is celebrating it today for reasons? Who knows? Never mind. I guess we're healing. Yeah, Twitch is very weird when it comes to the celebration dates. Big boy.
Disabling Sephiroth's restraints now. Good luck.
Here's a big tree demon. Let's see if I can remember how you fucking healed. So yeah, that's a stack. You want to group up. Yeah, there's a bunch of raid wides. I can fucking speak. That's not what I meant to do. So yeah, a bunch of people, basically everyone who is not a healer is going to get targeted by a bunch of spreads, so you want to, you know, spread. You don't want to be in front of him while he does that! I did not get away in time. We're fine. Alright, then he's going to become unselectable as he summons a bunch of ads. We want to kill the ads as fast as possible. Hey, get ready for some fucking good tunes. I am the end of the beginning. By my touch shall your wretched lives be blessed. You have dimmed my boundless light. What power of death do you mortals wield? So yeah, he's gonna punch the arena, which has a bunch of knockback. So you want to position yourself in such a way from these impact points that you don't go flying off the map. Two people will get targeted by cones. The two people targeted should have tried to run away from everybody else, but we didn't, so that's fine. Bunch of danger puddles. Once again, two people are going to get targeted. They want to spread away from everybody else. Then we want to stack on the little gust of wind so that we get launched into the air and avoid his giant fucking fist. Why is everyone fucking dying? Yeah, those were two towers. We want to make sure you have enough people in fucking both. Whoops. Yeah, simply try not dying, which I have failed. I forgot about the impact points. But they're fine, they got it. They got it, I believe. See, easy peasy. Whoops, that is the wrong thing. Watching you play this game is sort of like that's where all these terms come from. Just doing this as a white mage. Not a MMORPG person, so you've been seeing MMORPG thing and RPG more than real gaming. Yeah, no, that's fair. You know, playing this game introduced me to a bunch of, like, new terms. You did it! I've seen you in action before, but never against anything that big. My legs kept telling me to run, but I just couldn't tell myself away. I don't think I blinked once during that whole battle. A hero tried and true. If only I had possessed such strength. You have returned with coffee, you have missed the fight. But it's okay, I died. So you didn't miss much. I got punched off the arena by accident. Ishola, this is Kryl. Icon eliminated. If only you could have seen it. Lona gave Sephiroth the mother of all rude awakenings. Internet has been acting up for the last couple hours, so you might disappear again. Yeah, I kind of saw that message. Hopefully it fixes itself soon, because, hey man, I understand. Internet problems fucking suck. They're bad. And your distraction was perfect. We encountered not a single Imperial soldier. Yes, understood. Let us swap tails at the Rising Stones, then. On our path to the control chamber, we discovered a number of dormant thralls. It would seem the machines that preserve their forms also hold them in a state of torpor. We need not fear them summoning their deity anew. In short, our work here is done. For the present, at least. Let's go home, shall we? Wanted to make a tragic character in Fallout. Upsetting. That internet was stopping you from doing that. Oh, hey, man! Warframe looking ass. Your senses are sharp, young one. I am Regula von Hydrus, legatus of the 6th Legion, and it would seem that damnable woman and her accomplice have led me a merry dance through the thickest of this infernal land's defenses. To think that I pursued them. I shall withdraw for now, my lesson learned. So yeah, if anybody doesn't remember, this guy kind of sort of showed up during base Heavensward. He's like the Emperor's not quite right-hand man. But we had to fight him in the final dungeon for Heavensward. And he was the guy that kept going like, in the name of the Emperor! In the name of the Emperor! In the name of the Emperor! And I'm just like, can you shut the fuck up? I know you have a boner for the Emperor. Please calm down. I doubt it. You Guardians never learn. You covet the means to enslave primals, but in your headlong dash to control that which you do not understand, you show less wisdom than the very beast tribes that summoned them. I have no interest in crossing blades with children. Live, grow strong, and mayhap one day you will warrant my attention. Hey kid, you good? I looked back and you weren't there. Did something happen? Not of consequence. I mistook a shadow for a man. Just what are you hoping Just what are you hiding beneath that mask of yours? A longing for hope, an appetite for power, a lingering sense of regret. And do I detect a desire to test your strength against a certain hero? Is that what your gifts tell you? No, those are just wild guesses. But I wonder if some few of my words didn't strike close to the mark. Get his ass, Kryle! Or mayhap more than a few. Be at ease, Uno Kalhai. I have no supernatural ability to read minds. The echo simply allows me to comprehend, regardless of language, that which a fellow being would have me know. You need not mask your heart as you do your countenance. And that was a performance then? A ruse to uncover my true nature? See, I'll have to keep my wits about me. You like messing with people, don't you, Kryle? It's fun. I put on a big fucking, like, outfit thing all together for warrior, only to be like, now let's do white mage instead because the queue's faster for healers at the moment for some reason. So, Warrior Light, how did it feel to strike down so great a foe? You must tell me more of the experience once our meeting with your colleagues is concluded. Though thine all-surpassing skill at arms, do we now, through thine all-surpassing skill at arms, do we now take her first step in ridding the star of the warring Triad's baleful presence. And in such wise do we lessen the burden. In such wise? The way Arianje speaks is weird to me. I mean, I know he's just like Old English, and he's the only character to really speak in Old English, at least to this fucking degree. In such wise do we lessen the burden bequeathed unto us by the vainglory of Allag. Know, however, that the two icons which remain are thought equal in might to Sephiroth, and may yet exceed him. Ere thou proceed, I would counsel thee to marshal thy strength and give careful thought to thy preparation. Assuming the Guardians afford us the luxury of time, even now they grasp for the means to dominate primals and blind to the technology's potential for calamity. My master taught me that the entity known as Sephiroth was this world's first sacred tree, elevated to godhood by the belief of its worshippers. There's no power more fearsome than that born of unconditional faith and unbending ideal. 'Tis plain your master found in you a willing student. Tell me, was it he who taught you of Allegan's Allegan technology's potential for calamity, or are those your own words? 'Twas but a figure of speech, nothing more. When last we met, I caught a glimpse, I thought I caught a glimpse of the boy behind the mask. But it would seem your defenses are firmly back in place. Must you persist with this infuriating veil of secrecy? I, for one, would very much like to know who this masters of yours is, amongst other things. As long as our purposes align, what matter my affiliation? It matters a great deal. We do not ask out of idle curiosity. If we are to fight as comrades, we need to be able to trust each other. On which note, I should apologize for my earlier trickery. It was merely an attempt to get to the heart of an enigmatic companion. Truth be told, I was rather glad you reacted as you did. No person of your age has any business of being calm and aloof all the time, much as you might wish to be. Anyway, we had best be off. Do send word if there are further developments. Oh, don't worry. There's gonna be developments in like 5 minutes. You're coming all right back. A companion now, am I? Oh yeah, I can also put the BGM back to like 70 whatever or what I had it at. The fate of the stars. Uno Kalhai is preoccupied by the threat of the Sixth Legion. I am troubled, Warrior Light. The Sixth Legion will not soon surrender its pursuit of elegant technology. While it is true that the Sixth... Oh, okay, no, that was supposed to be part of... I was like about to say, like, why do I hear Link Pearl noises? While it is true that the Sixth suffered heavy losses in attempting to breach Ozzy's line defenses, the Legion is still very much a force to be reckoned with. Left to his own devices, it will not be long before the Legatus moves to... Huh? Pray excuse the interruption, but a call to this Link Pearl can only come from one of your fellow Scions. Archon Stola, what news? And you were quite certain they had broken through? Yes, of course. We shall leave immediately. It would seem the thing I feared the most has come to pass. The Gurlians have succeeded in dispelling the barrier Oriange placed upon the entrance to the research facility. We must intercept and destroy them before they acquire the means to control primal entities. Archon Stola requests that we assemble at the scene of the intrusion. Pray depart at once. I will join you when I have informed the other Scions of this development. And back to the flagship we go. Fucked up ship, if I do say so myself. I mean, I know it's less for travel and more just supposed to be a floating, like, research, like, station, but Jesus. This side? Yes, it is. Okay. I say we are the first to arrive. No matter, your colleagues should be here anon. They were wise indeed to keep this area under surveillance. If the Guardian slipped by unnoticed, I dare not think of the consequences. Archon Stola set forth for Ozzy's law when it became apparent that the Legatus was attempting to breach the barrier, and arrived to find that he had succeeded. We must hope that he has yet to find his prize. Well met, Urukalhai, and thank you for answering my summons so swiftly. Ferlona. We shall be glad of your presence should we meet with the Sixth Legion, as all seems but certain. As you may be aware, this facility houses some of Allagan's most advanced technology. Accordingly, Oriange sought to deny the Empire easy ingress by weaving a ward of singular potency. That's singular enough, it would seem. I would be surprised if the Legatus had not reached the core laboratories already. 'Tis passing strange. I wove the ward in accordance to the most closely guarded teachings of the Archmages of Charlian. Naught was left to chance. Naught. 'Tis well known that the children of Garlemald have no talent for arcane manipulation, nor hath the Empire more than a cursory knowledge of sorcery. That they should succeed in unraveling so complex a skein of magecraft, and with such surprising swiftness is passing strange. That it is, Urianger, but 'tis a mystery for another day. Arkany still has the right of it. Before all else, we must move to safeguard the knowledge which enabled the Alligans to harness primal energies. Our particular concern is the Genesis expression, an aether chemical formula that allowed the scholars of yore to create substances from nothingness. I know of no such formula. Whence came you by this information? From your enigmatic master, perchance? He did furnish me with that morsel, yes. And knowing exactly which prize the Legatus now seeks enables us to predict his position. Do you not see? We have been gifted the perfect opportunity to remove the head of the entire Legion. I didn't think you quite so bloodthirsty, Unukalhai. Surely safeguarding the secret should take precedence over slaying Legatuses. Trial sentiments reflect my own, yet the two objectives need not be mutually exclusive. What say you, Urianger? Urianger? Bud, you good? Forgive me. My thoughts were bound up in idle imaginings. In answer to thy question, my lady, I am content to be led by thee in this matter. Right, I've enabled the facility's teleporters. Shall we? You dwell on the matter of the barrier. I do. Verily, 'twas a warding spell of labyrinthine intricacy, the branch out of the head of the students of Odessian himself. Even the most learned Archon would have required several moons to disentangle such an fucking please, Urianger, can you speak normal? I already struggle to read this game. Even the most learned icon would require several moons to disassemble. Fucking Christ! Even the most learned Archon would require several moons to disentangle such an enchantment. To do so in mere bells would require some preternatural power akin to the very echo itself. There we go, Jesus. Third time's the charm. Do this as a healer. You know what? No, if we're going to be beating people up, let's go back to warrior. Yeah, let's go. The Guardian strike for the heart of the facility, and the Legatus spearheads their charge. We must be swift in our pursuit. Hey, asshole, over here. Hey, buck up, please. The Legatus himself is here! After him! Don't fucking leave, coward! I shall contend with this foe. Press onwards, my comrade! If you say so, bud. Thanks, Ariange. There, it's Von Hydrus.
In the name of the Emperor!
Fucking there it is. He's saying the thing. Oh, hello. You don't mind? Mr. Skrile! Go, I will stand guard over Mr. Skrile. You must keep the Legatus from his prize. We'll leave her in your care then. You best keep her safe, Uno Calhai. Quickly, inside the barrier. I could have killed him before he exploded, but sure game. The central laboratory should be up ahead. Let's hurry along, shall we? After Legatus. And still they come. Press on, Frelona. I will handle this. I trust you, Y'shtola. I have exposed the bones of their work. Now to extract the marrow. No, you're not! Not when I am here! Even in the moment of my triumph, you persist in your misguided crusade. So be it. I shall present my prize to the Emperor alongside your head. God, this game has such good tunes. All right, Regula, let's go again. Nice turrets, loser. Bud, what are you doing?
Can you withstand this?
Fairly easily? What are you doing?
There is nowhere to run!
Yeah, I'm not over there. You dumb idiot.
Can you withstand this?
Come on, bucko, over here.
Can you withstand this?
My weapons inhibitors exist for a reason, but I will not lose to you again. Why the fuck do you have... down, buddy. Have a fucking tiger.
Enough!
Undetected enhances my blade more tenfold. You cannot hope to win. Buddy, I'm a fucking warrior. I will live forever. That's a joke referring to the fact that once warriors are like level 52, I think, and get a skill called, I think, Inner Release, they can heal back every time they hit a target. And so if you're doing like an AoE attack and you're hitting like 5 things, that's 5 heals. Warriors have insane self-sustainability. Fernlona! The Tomlith is unbreached then. Looks like it. Cryle! My wounds will not slow my blade should you seek to bar my path. And would you slay me? And you would slay me, no doubt, but it would be your final act. Are you sure you want to risk it, bud? Are you absolutely certain you want to do this? What madness inflicts you Eorzean fools? The Emperor but desires a means to shackle the Icons in their destructive appetites. Why do you rail against your own salvation? It is not for man to wield such power. The primal energy your Emperor seeks to contain would be as kindling waiting for a spark. Forget not the right Waven, Legatus. Like thee, he presumed to wield the power of Alleg, and invited the calamity in so doing. This star's fate is too important to be decided by any one man. A warmongering savage, least of all. Have care, boy. You speak of my Emperor. Who you have a hard-on for. We have established this. But dying here in defense of his honor will not further his cause. The light! The light! Well, well, I appear to not be dead. Ow! Cryle! I may have cracked a rib or two, but I'll be fine, honestly. Our foes gave no quarter. Had Unukalhai stinted in his defense of thee, thou mayst be certain thy hurts would be far worse. I could do no less. Mr. Cryle is here at my behest, after all. The circuits of Valak are safe for the present, though 'tis doubtful the Legatus will return to Garlemald till the price he coveteth lieth in his grasp. Then we must redouble our efforts to protect this place. Carl and I will place up additional seals upon the Tomlith. Unukalhai. appreciated you staying at my side. Thank you. Was not. Oh, please, it was a good deal more than that, and you know it. Now let me help you. When a woman thanks you for saving her life, the customary response is, "You're welcome." You are welcome. There we go, you're learning. You're learning, kid. You don't have to be all dark and edgy. You're like 10 maximum. At least physically. Ariane, are the new boards already in place? My colleagues yet toil upon their enchantments. I come to thee in secret that I might question thee outside their hearing. Question me? Aye, I would speak of the one who undid my subtlest magecraft. He who invited Imperial Legatus into his facility in hopes of engineering the man's demise at the hands of the Warrior of Light. You accuse me of masterminding this day's events? The plan may have been thy master's, but the deed was thine. Thou didst lure the Legatus of the Sixth Legion into a trap of which he was not intended to emerge. 'Tis plain to me how thy seeming opportunism in proposing his elimination was feigned, and that his death was the object of thy plan from the first. And you have proof of this? Thine own words betrayed thee. Thou didst speak of the Empire's desire to claim the Genesis expression, the existence of which even the learned Mrs. Triad was ignorant. Whence then did the Legatus come by such definitive knowledge? And then there's the matter of thine unraveled ward. None save one possessed of an otherworldly gift. None save one possessed of an otherworldly gift could have so swiftly effected its dissolution. Know thee of another blessed with such. Assuming these accusations have merit, then what? Full many times and oft in the pursuit of truth lead men down darkened paths. I take no issue with thy purpose, but 'tis but thy method I would call into question. In the Garlean Empire, we have a common foe. Hadst thou deigned to share thine intentions with Fernlona or Mistress Kryl, 'tis like that we would have closed the trap with less risk to life and more success. I sought to use the most dangerous secrets of Alliga's bait. Who among you would agree to such a reckless plan? Don't worry about it. I was trying to make a joke, but then the camera cut, and I'm just like, damn it! How dare you do this to me, game? None, and with good cause. Irrespective, thou wert remiss in thy duty to thy comrades. I note with some disappointment that in matters concerning the primals and those who would control them, the cold rationality upon which thou pridest thyself is conspicuous by its absence. Know that the salvation of the star is an end too vast for any one of us to accomplish alone. Shouldst thou fail to trust in thy comrades, I foresee thy actions participate in some terrible misfortune. Indeed. My serious apologies, Fernlona. Ryanje is correct in his suspicions. I was the one who orchestrated this encounter with the Empire. I would ask that thou forgive Unukalhai this transgression. and to keep mention of it from Mistress Cryo. 'Twould be a pity for one foolish decision to wither their bonding camaraderie ere it had a chance to bloom. Sure, fine. Kid made a mistake. There you are, you rotten liar! When Y'shtola realized that we were struggling with the wards alone, she was absolutely livid! Oh, never mind the warring triad. I have awoken Archon Y'shtola's tempestuous wrath. In a supplicant mood shall I return at once, and there atone for mine indolence. She's not even here to defend herself. Rude? Rude. Come, Frelona, it is time we return to the Rising Stones. There we go. Hey, Dis, welcome, and thank you for the anniversary wishes. We're fighting things and this kid is being mysterious and wants murder. Once again, I must apologize for acting without your consent or counsel. A gesture of repentance is in a sign of good faith. Allow me to share something of myself with you. As Urianger suggests, I possess the gift of the Echo, though it is of a nature different from yours. Regardless, I would use my gift of the self-same purpose, the salvation of the star, and nothing poses a greater threat to the world than the proliferation of primal harnessing technology. This I know only too well. What I'm about to divulge concerns the fate of another star entirely. On this other world, a magic was devised that allowed the worm's companions to use a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. So armed, these heroic souls conquered god after god, oblivious to their weapon's fatal imperfection. Its propensity to bleed primal energies. And with each victory, the heroes changed, transforming at last into the fiends of endless appetite. Insatiable in their hunger for ether, they ultimately went to war over the store's ever-dwindling life force. And fought until there was nothing left. Thus, as Urianger so astutely observed, when I am faced with those who rush to embrace power unchecked, I lose all semblance of rationality. Know that my master, too, cares deeply about the fate of this star. I am his servant, his instrument, sent here to ensure that the same tragedy does not consume another world. Interesting. Balance unto all. Uno Kalhai has urgent news to share on the current state of the Warring Triad. In which case, actually, all this is White Mage? Warrior of Light, if this planet is to survive, we must need to move forward with our plan. Another pilling of the Warring Triad must be toppled. The question of which has already been answered. Following our encounter with the Legatus, Archon Y'shtola detected erratic etheric waveforms emanating from the sector containing the icon Sophia, simply known as the Goddess in former times. Such readings can mean only one thing. She is close to waking. Let us return to Azizla forthwith and put an end to this primal deity lest she rise again in all her terrible glory. So yeah, if I am remembering correctly, the Warring Triad is from, Final Fantasy VI? I think? If anyone's played that one? Chapter 1, Sephiroth. The Warrior of Light has toppled the first of the Warring Triad. We knew little of Sephiroth other than he was a chief deity of a tribe of tree-like beings, a sacred tree that ascended to godhood. Ancient Allegan histories discovered upon the event of his destruction, however, have brought fascinating new facts to light. These recordings attribute to Sephiroth the ability to induce spontaneous growth in living organisms through the manipulation of emberic etheric energy. It is noted that the Icon did not hesitate to direct this ability upon himself. Sephiroth grew to gigantic proportions during his conflict with the armies of Alleg, using his own colossal limbs to cut great swaths of devastation through the ranks. He was eventually overwhelmed, however, and his abilities contained. The Allegans performed experiments upon the captured Icon, siphoning his growth-inducing energies into the cultivation of numerous chimerical monstrosities, one unnatural existence propagating countless others. When one believes one's control unbreakable, however, a single overlooked flaw inevitably leads to catastrophe. I know of at least one civilization that collapsed under the weight of such hubris. The Garlean Empire's 6th Legion has breached into the core laboratories of Vazislaw's research facility. Seeking to prevent the Imperials from extracting the Genesis expression, the Warrior of Light and her allies pursued the Legatus and his soldiers, succeeded in denying him the vital formula. The Garleans claim to their interest in primal harnessing technology comes from a desire to constrain the entity's wanton destruction. But while this purpose seems perfectly noble, such control would place the power of gods in the hands of a select group of men. And then who might oppose the Emperor should he wish to sunder the world? What guarantee prevents error and happenstance from setting the primals free? Ever would the threat of their accidental awakening loom above our heads? By harnessing a primal, one is also condensing and concentrating its vast energies. Upon the being's release, its long-suppressed power and simmering rancor explodes with unimaginable violence. With their potency increased far beyond that of a typical beastman summoned deity, the defeat of harnessed entities become exponentially more arduous. One such might can only be overcome with more might. But ultimately, the battle has no victor. When the powers of this magnitude collide, they consume immense reservoirs of ether. The star will be drained of life before the clash can be decided, and all will crumble into oblivion. Cool! Thanks, Unukauha. Your diary kinda sucks. End again. Good to know, good to know. I am falling asleep again. Help. I have the sleepies. Yeah, the eepies. Where's the control? Where are you? I have passed. There you are. Hey, kid. It appears we're the first to arrive. Shall we wait our colleagues here? Yep. Could the 6th Legion have returned? Perlono, Unukauhai! We're under attack. Yashila and Ariadne have engaged the foe not far from here. Everyone here is a magic user. We have no physical people at the moment. Rarely is my shield less tested. It would seem the Allegans have not been lax in their recruitment. You think so? Mayhap your arm merely withered whilst you lay idle. Still your tongues, we have stalled them long enough. With scales in hand, the goddess shall arise and righteously cast off her cursed pale, that she, with wrathful Worm King at her side, might judge and thence bring balance unto all. Hear my words in despair, Alligans. Our goddess is awoken. Your civilization hath birthed the instruments of its own undoing. But we're not Alligans. I don't think he cares. It's just well that you are here, Felona. I should like to know what our assailants were saying. You understood their words, did you not? Yep, they were just trying to stall us so that their god could awaken? Goddess could awaken? It was a Mericidian dialect, if mine ears do not deceive, though one which beareth scant resemblance to any spoken in recent times. As for our antagonist's meaning, I do gladly defer to those blessed with the echo. The one with the shield seemed to think we were Alligans. He recited what sounded like a verse of prophecy, and then claimed that their goddess is awoken. That sound about right, Felona? Yeah, kinda. And might we assume that this deity of theirs is the very icon we've come to topple? More than likely, yes. Aye, from their tongue, their words, and their attire, it is like that their antagonists were Mericidian, thralls to the goddess Sophia and victims of the Alligans' incursions. If, as Cryo claimeth, they thought us ancient... If, as Cryo claimeth, they thought us agents of Alec, 'tis little wonder that they sought to brought us low. You suggest that Sophia's servants have been liberated from their containment? That we have no chance, but we have no choice than to accept word of their awakening as truth. Gods help us, the warring Triad have proven formidable enough when we've roused them with a fraction of their true strength. Should Sophia break free at the peak of her powers, Felona and her friends won't stand a chance. I can still take it. Let us be about it then. Felona, Cryo, Uno Kalahai. The three of you will make directly for Sophia's containment facility. Ryanja and I will do what we can to occupy the Icon's thralls. Sister Hal, do you perchance recall the words of the prophecy in its entirety? Let me see it. Let me see. I believe it was, with scales in hand, the goddess shall arise and righteously cast off her cursed pale, that she, with wrathful Worm King at her side, might judge and thence bring balance unto all. That means something to you, kid? As I just stare off into the middle distance, not emoting. Containment Bay P1T6. History tells of a Mericidian nation comprised of multitudes of races, the foundations of which were built on the worship of a single deity. The goddess, as she was simply known, graced the souls of her worshippers with perfect equilibrium, binding their disparate societies in gilded chains of harmony. In the present day, she is better known as Sophia, one of the incalculably powerful icons of the warring Triad. And after 5,000 years of imprisonment, her failed plans for vengeance once more threatened to come to fruition. Defeat the awakened thralls by slaying and slay the stirring goddess, lest her divine balance bring all the worlds to equal ruin. How do I wake up fast? How do I make my body stop falling asleep? I'm so eepy, help me. God damn, I'm making a lot of money today. All my things are selling great. Well, this one's real. I can stand on this. Yeah, we can kind of do some of these, I suppose. Provided the fucking queue doesn't pop immediately somehow. What the hell's this? Oh, there it is. Gratian. Over at 3917. Specifically, right there. Removing Chocobo. That is not what I am meaning to be doing. Oh, that's a fun little space. For some reason, it kind of reminds me of like Mass Effect or Ratchet and Clank or something. Just how this is clearly supposed to be like a future garden park thing. Wow, perfect timing.
I leave the goddess in your capable hands. Just watch out for her worshippers.
Hi, ma'am. Oh, hello. God, I love how you can tell that head was designed by the Final Fantasy artist.
The unenlightened.
Like the one with like the art style. Such a cool looking boss, right? Sophia's cool. So yeah, you want to get away from her during Arrow 3. You want to get in or super out for Thunder 3.
Know you the full weight of death.
Yeah, so 2 people are going to get 2 proximity meters placed under them, so you want to get away from them as fast as you can. She will teleport to a side, and you do not want to be on the half of the arena she is on because she charges through it like that. She eventually becomes unselectable and also starts summoning ads. There they are. Each of these guys have mechanics, like one of them will drop like frost puddles and like do like shit. It's fine. Just kill them.
Come forth, scales of revelation.
And then here's the fun part. Scales are going to enter the arena.
I would know the weight of your souls.
And the scales will move you around. And after that tutorial, the guardrails break, meaning the scales can and will
Equilibrium. I shall tip
knock you off. And then we also get to hear the cool music. Okay, so 2 people are going to get marked with yellow, 2 people are white, 2 people are going to get marked with dark. If you have a light ring, you want to stand on top of somebody who has a dark ring, and vice versa. Because you're trying to balance out the elements.
Daughter, be the bearer of my wisdom.
Yeah, that was a laser. I thought I was out enough. I was not. Everyone here has a full foot. Again, stay away from the half of the arena that she's on. I think you want to move towards the one that has 2 because that means that one is going to go twice. Or like go second, I mean. But it's fine. Yeah, very wriggly, boss. Just floating. Doing little wiggles in the air. I see the goddess is no more. Well done. Once Krylin and Ukala have rejoined us, we may safely depart. One thing yet puzzles me, however. How did Sophia's servants come to wake from their slumber? I believe we have the answer to that. We have discovered the remains of a Garlean soldier in an adjacent sector of the containment facility. 'Tis likely that the fool ventured too close to Sophia during the Empire's previous incursion and was enthralled for his troubles. Another reminder, if any were needed, as to the incalculable threat posed by these beings. The goddess would not have been conscious when she claimed the man's will, and yet his mistake granted her the means to release her servants, which would have resulted in her own liberation had we not been on hand to intervene. I do much wonder of what the Icon's pawn was capable of I do much wonder that the Icon's pawn was capable of so effectively manipulating the facility's containment systems. How came he by such rarefied knowledge? That too is easily explained. During our investigation, Crowell discovered a subtle flaw in one of the mechanisms which held the goddess in check. A flaw which had been plainly added intentionally. Upon examining the facility's records of the period, we were able to piece together a story. It was a time toward the end of the Third Astral Era, when the peoples of Mericidia faced extinction at the hands of the Allegan Empire. Sophia, a being of incomparable cunning, was said to have communicated certain plans to her servants through the medium of a trusted oracle. Following the oracle's instructions, they duly conspired with a rebel faction within Alleg, who, we believe, agreed to tamper with the prison intended for Sophia. When the goddess and her thralls chanced to be captured, though we suspect that this had always been their plan. Indeed, the prison was situated at the heart of Alleg, and we think they intended to attack the city from within. They would have merely had to wait for the rebels to exploit the weakness in their confines. But the conspirators' dealings with the Mericidians were exposed before they could enact their plot, and all were summarily executed. It seems that the flaw itself remained undiscovered, however, and might have remained so until till the end of days had it not been for the actions of the Archbishop, and subsequently the Garleans. I cannot help but wonder what might have come to pass had their scheme not been successful. Mayhap the answer lies in the prophecy. Crowell hath the right of it. The words may be deciphered thus. The accursed Powell speaketh of Sophia's prison, from which he was meant to emerge at the great hour. The Worm King, meanwhile, can be none other than Great Bahamut himself, then yet a prisoner whom the goddess did intend to unleash upon Alleg to set the right scales of justice. A foolhardy plan. Had it come to fruition, the two of them would have surely have raised the realm. Not would have been spared the devastation, the Mericidians' homeland included. Their helm already stood on the brink of oblivion. Mayhap they wished for naught else but to purge the poison of Alleg with primal fire. The tale will teach us that even the greatest of man's creations may yet be brought low by a single act of treachery. The Allegans were fools to place their trust in the technological bondage. To shackle such beings is but to delay the inevitable. Naught save their total destruction shall free us from their menace. Let us return now to the Rising Stones and there consider the final step of this most needful task. You good, kid? You took a step and then freezed. The threat posed by this facility is far greater than you imagined, Arianje, and not one limited to the Icons themselves. Sophia's remaining servants must be put down. Bleep bloop. Warning! Deactivating stasis chamber support systems will result in subject termination. Enter identification code to continue. Do you have the code? How do you have the code, kid? Identification code accepted. Subjects terminated. You know I saw that, right, kid? Right? Okay. Alright, Rising Stones. Send me back home. Is that a miss? Were you late? Arcanistilla mentioned that there was a matter she wished to discuss. Yeah, it's probably about you. And how you keep having secrets. Even though we're like, please just trust us. Well met, Fernlona. You will forgive me if I seem curt, but I would settle an account with our young friend. While conducting a final sweep of Sophia's containment facility, we discovered that all of her remaining thralls had perished in their stasis chambers. Was this your doing? Aye, it was. I chose to act upon the knowledge revealed within the tombstone we recovered. The true purpose of these prisons is far more horrifying than we first assumed. The Elegants are not simply observing the icons and siphoning away their energies, they're conducting experiments in preparation for a far more ambitious project. If you recall, both the Fiend and the Goddess were imprisoned within massive spherical structures. These spheres were the prototypes which paved the way for successful construction of an artificial celestial body. You speak of Dalamud. Aye, the Icon's cages are unmistakably of the same design as the Red Moon. To be plain, the research facility contains the seeds of 3 calamities which might feasibly be visited upon a chosen target. Eliminating one of them necessitated the destruction of the goddess's slumbering thralls, a distasteful task unbefitting of one such as the Warrior of Light. Thus did I resolve to perform the deed myself. You have made your case, and 'tis apparent that we were not in full possession of the facts. Nevertheless, your notion of what may or may not be expected of Fernlona is presumptuous in the extreme. When the Warrior of Light chose to join the Scion, she did so in the knowledge that she would be required to face and destroy not only the Primals, but also their fanatical servants. That which you'd term a distasteful task is an essential part of our calling, a burden in which every Scion is sworn to shoulder. You know I've killed before, right, bud? Like, several times. For years now. Fernlona doesn't like doing it, but she's still very willing to do it. I see. It would seem I misjudged the depth of your resolve. No matter. Assuming I have made myself understood, we need not speak of it again. There is, however, one other subject which merits discussion. You determined that Sophia's thralls were awoken by a Garlean soldier who had somehow gained access to the containment area, did you not? If that is the case, it seems highly doubtful that the interloper wandered into such a dangerous part of the faculty by chance. Dissidents within the Empire claim that the 6th Legion is rife with agents under orders to thwart the Legus's mission by any means necessary. Lest you imagine that we have allies in Garlemald, I should clarify that their motive is wholly uncharitable. Regula von Hydrus rose to the top of the Garlean military on merit alone, and is fiercely loyal to the Emperor for recognizing his efforts. His compeers, by contrast, rose to the favor of the established order, and would accordingly do anything to see him fall. That they would be so reckless. You truly believe that the actions of these agents contributed to the recent crisis? Aye, and that they pose no less a risk to the realm than those loyal to the Emperor. Plainly, we must needs continue to do all in our power to prevent the technologies of Alec from falling into the hands of man. On that point, at least, we have ever been in complete agreement. Kid, can you just fucking, like, be normal and, like, trust us? You don't have to keep trying to be mysterious. Oh shit, we're already doing the last fight? Sure, man. The last pillar to fall. Unokal Haya has a request regarding the final icon of the Warring Triad. Greetings, Warrior of Light, but one pillar of the Warring Triad remains. Zervan, the icon known as the Demon. According to the histories I have uncovered, this monstrous being was worshipped by a race of Miracidian beastmen. These creatures are the key to maintaining Zervan's manifestation, and we can be sure that many such thralls would be imprisoned somewhere within the research facility. It is imperative that we determine their exact location as swiftly as possible. We dare not risk repeating the near disaster we suffered at the hands of Sophia's servants. As such, your fellow Scions have already begun an exhaustive search, but there are several sectors only you, Kral, and I can enter without fear of enthrallment. Let us make our way to Azizla forthwith and aid the investigations. Sophia! The goddess has fallen, and only one pillar of the Warring Triad remains. According to the records we discovered upon Sophia's destruction, the icon had once schemed to bring the Allegan Empire to ruin from within. The histories also spoke of her followers, and how they perceived ever-expanding Imperials as anathema to the world's balance. Equilibrium is Sophia's domain. Her worshippers saw the righting of the scales as their sacred duty, and thus did they resist the Allegan's invasion with holy fervor. Never mind that the summoning of an icon did upset their precious balance all the more. The concept of balance is, however, of great interest to my master. A world must have both light and darkness, and a sudden surge of either will endanger its very existence. Upon our first meeting, my master spoke thus: I am not the light servant, but for the present I must serve. One cannot arbitrate equilibrium if one is not of fluid of stance. The tenets of our justice are found not in light nor darkness, nor the gray shades in between. We but seek to enforce that which prevents the visitation of oblivion, to moderate the endless waves of war such that neither side claims victory. That is our charge. Kid, what the fuck are you doing? Zervan's thralls must be accounted for ere we face the icon himself. Azizla waits. You're just not even going to mention what I read in your diary, huh? Okay, sure, fine. Fine. Am I going? Okay, right. Far side again. Is that where serve and be? I got a confession to make for whenever the hell we start getting ready to fight Zervan. I don't fucking remember Zervan's fight at all. I get Sophia's fight quite a lot, so I remember how she works mostly. Sephiroth I get every now and then, but not nearly as much as Sophia. Zervan, I swear to God, I've only done like 3 times. I do not remember Zervan's fight. This is going to be fun. If I were smart, I would have watched a guide video before I got here, before today's stream. I did not do that. Perlona, it's good that we caught you. The facility has been swarmed by Imperial troops. By their stance did we judge them soldiers of the Sixth. Aye, once more doth Regula von Hydra stretch forth his hand to see the forbidden fruits of Allag. And once more have our meticulous wards been swept aside like so many cobwebs. Your meddlesome wards were destroyed from within by the pulsating energies of an icon. I'm assuming that's regular? Yeah, it is, okay. Nay, put up your weapons and listen. The followers of Zervan have awakened, and they toil to rouse their master. The demon's worshippers yet slumbered when we confronted Sophia. Could the tampering of her thralls have been more widespread than we thought? They shared a common enemy. It's not unthinkable that they would seek to free all those who the Allegans had imprisoned. Yes, yes, the cage doors are open. And whilst you stand here quibbling over who picked the locks, my soldiers are inside the facility, risking their lives and their sanity. They have volunteered to face death to prevent servants from awakening him in the fullness of power. Now, assuming you have at last understood the gravity of the situation, it is time that I rejoined them. But you cannot hope to succeed. The icon will enslave the minds of any who draw near. Thus did I seek out those with the power to resist his influence. Aid us, and mayhap my men will not perish in vain. You want a truce? You want to team up? You propose an alliance. I have delved into the depths of this place and found its technology wanting. The mechanisms have failed to hold their prisoners, and our such broken artifacts are unfit to bring before the Emperor. Twice you have bested me in combat. Will you lend me now that strength and stand against our mutual foe? 'Twas in opposing your reckless schemes that Ysayle was lost to us. You expect to simply us to forgive and forget all that has come before. I expect you to put aside your emotions and use your better judgment. But, of course, I am dealing with savages. I will not stand here and justify the death of the Iceman. We pursued our ideals and you pursued yours. Thought such was the result. Mayhap you might consider another point. In these endless clashes, we have all lost comrades dear to us. Yet I choose to put aside past grievances to beg your champion's aid, to appeal to your reason. Maybe don't fucking insult us in the same breath? Thou art willing to build a bridge of common purpose upon such tumultuous foundations. I, too, am hesitant to accept this arrangement, Archangel Shola, but the offer has been made to the Warrior of Light, and 'tis her involvement which shall ultimately sway its outcome. I shall abide by Ferlona's decision. Zervan must be stopped. Then, for better or for worse, we shall fight at your side. Mr. Skral and I are also resistant to primal influences. We shall aid you where we can. Then let us be on our way. Verlona can put aside her differences, especially for, temporary, alliances like this is clearly supposed to be. Comrades have already passed through to the research facility. We should not lag behind. The demon stirs. Like a suckling babe, he feeded us upon the aether siphoned onto him by his thralls. We must needs deprive him of this sustenance. Then we destroyed those devices. Hold! Witness your soldiers! Yeah, they're fighting amongst themselves. They're tempered. Or at least some of them are. They have turned against one another. Even half awake, Zervan corrupts and converts those who enter his aura. You know, I never noticed Zervan had a human face in the mouth. I just only saw the armor. The three of us, then. Filona, Unakalhai, we rush in together and each disable a disintegrator. We cannot give them the chance to rally a defense. There are 4 mechanisms by my count. If I can avoid the icon's miasma, my blade will make short work of the last one. We, all of us, have pledged our lives to... Keep your lives. I would rather you tend to my fallen. Some may yet survive with their minds intact. I know not if my strength will be enough. I am no champion. The battlefield is no place for uncertainty, boy. Fate has blessed you with a unique talent and an occasion to use it. Do not waste such a gift. We strike! Cool dude, let's go! Why did they explode? Oh no, the generator exploded, not the guys. I thought the guys exploded. God, Servant is... Uno Kauhai! Why does your sword have a fucking cannon in it? Uh-oh. Yeah, that doesn't look good. He slumbers once more. You saved me. Why? I told you, boy, yours is a gift too precious to waste. A gift that the Emperor may one day have need in this war upon these untamable icons. Emperor Varus, he raised me up from the ranks, stood against my detractors. I gladly give my life in his service. You must finish this. Slay these leeches upon our star. Kill them all. Kill Zervan. We must needs withdraw and prepare our assault. At the cost of his very life, the Legatus has prized open us a window of opportunity. Thanks for the help, bud. You will be missed, but not by us, but by your men. They are clearly mourning you. These wounded soldiers will live, but further battle is beyond them. I have counseled them to remain here until their compatriots arrive to bear them home. It is not often that I dare approach so closely to entities such as Zervan. How sharply am I reminded of the burden we place upon those who are blessed with the Echo. Yeah, Frilona's kind of used to it by this point. We've been doing it a lot. I had thought Regula a cold and ruthless man, but he showed surprising compassion for his soldiers. It also seemed that he placed great trust in his emperor. If Regula could have been convinced that the technology for containing primals was fatally flawed, then mayhap Varus can be convinced as well. Maybe, but I don't know if we're going to get the chance. The research facility crawls with the Zervan's faithful. They will not cease in their efforts to rouse him. If you would honor the legate as a sacrifice, then you must slaughter those fiends to the last. Forgive me if I show little gratitude for my rescue. It is said that the Emperor and Von Hydrus were childhood friends. Foul fortune that we should be the ones to bring news of his death. Yeah, good luck, buds. I've been there. It sucks. Especially because you guys have to deliver the news to the fucking Emperor. He's dead. Had I only been stronger. Enough of that. There'll be time for regrets after we've rid the world of the Zervan. Cryo has the right of it. The demon has fallen back into a torpor for now, but we must ask swiftly if Regula's death is to have meaning. The survivors speak of an army of thralls loose in the facility. We must assume that these followers continue their efforts to awaken the Icon. Then let us concentrate on diverting them from their task. Mistress Kryle and Master Unukalhai, prithee secure the controls to Zervan's shackles and limit the restoration of his might. Archon Yashola and I shall forge ahead and strike down those thralls as would seek to harry you. Warrior of Light, thine is, as ever, the most perilous duty. Gather to thee thy trusted companions and extinguish from this realm the fires of the demon himself. You got it. That's what I'm here to do. Containment Bay Z1T9 now accessible. Hi, Cryo. The last pillar of the Warring Triads is set to fall. Let's see this to the end, Friendlona. The Legatus spoke truly. I think a battle is no place to question oneself, and I will accept the forthcoming duty with certitude or not at all. Then let us go. Only one pillar of the Warring Triad remains. Zerman, the demon. Worshipped by a Mercurian race of centaur-like beings, this icon manifested upon the physical plane as an embodiment of eternal victory. And yet, despite his godlike might, Zervan was captured. He has languished in his Allegan-made prison now for 5,000 years, his primal desire for justice swelling in magnitude with each passing millennium. Through an unlikely alliance with the 6th Imperial Legion, you and your companions were able to prevent a catastrophic awakening orchestrated by the demon's thralls. But your work is not yet finished. Honor the sacrifice of Regula von Hydrus and remove the threat of Zervan from this world once and for all. And as I mentioned before, I do not fucking remember this fight. Not in the slightest. I'm like literally looking at like the page for his fight at the moment so that I can be like, what the fuck are his things? Okay, that looks like that is all just like spreads and danger puddles. I see, okay. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. I mean, I wasn't that worried because this is a Heavensward fight. Heavensward fights aren't super... I didn't fucking update my portrait! Oh, well.
There's been enough sacrifice for one day. We must take the chance we've been given and defeat Zurban now!
Slumber is at an end. So yeah, Zurvan has big conal fronts, so I want to face him away from everybody else. He's also going to drop AoEs on the rest of my team, so they need to be careful there too. And slowly through the course of this fight, platforms are going to fall. Zurvan very slowly frees himself.
Good and evil, war eternal.
He still has the big cone attack, so nobody but the main tank should be in front of him. He's going to have two different charges because he's making clones of himself. The clones are going to target people, and you should position yourself that you don't get hit by any of the charges. That is a stack. Just share the damage, easy peasies. Wave cannon is just a big laser that he does in front of him, so don't be in front of him. Hey, welcome, welcome. He's once again going to do charges and also mark two people with big ol' spreads that are going to drop the fire puddles. It's time for ice. He's going to have a big bleed puddle underneath him, so do not be in his hitbox or else you will take ice damage.
Above all, bear witness to my will.
Ad time! Because all of these guys have ads. So no, yeah, no worries. What were you watching? Fucking placed AoEs? Shiny, nice.
Bow to my infallible judgment.
starting to have fun with the cinematics. Alright, this final phase is mostly the same, except players are going to be marked with either ice or fire, so you need to, like, check your debuffs. Because it is important to know whether you've been marked by fire or ice. I have fire. You need to stand in whatever meteor you share an element with. So if you have fire, you want to stand in fire? I thought it said fire. I thought that's what the thing said. Oh well. Maybe somebody else fucked it up. And not all the meteors were covered. That is entirely possible. And yeah, at this point, he just starts repeating mechanics.
In endless torment.
And there we go. If these people actually stuck around to say hi. So, you know, why not emote at them? Have fun. Incredible as always, Fernona. Hopefully that will be the last our world sees of the likes of Zervan. Every one of his thralls has been slain as far as we can determine. Our victory over the warring Triad is complete.
That's right, boys. Mondo.
Yeah! An impossible feat had we not been blessed with your cooperation. Let us not forget the efforts that Regula von Hydrus and his men. Without their noble sacrifice, the demon would have awoken far sooner, and possessed of a far more formidable energies. You snuck up to say hello to Ryan, who's also just got home. Hell yeah! Hang on, while I took that break. How the fuck did meteors go? Servant will cast Broken Seal, which causes the following effects to end sequence. Infinite Fire will be randomly assigned up to 4 players, which will be used to deal with Fire Meteor. Infinite Ice will be assigned to the remaining 4 players, which will be used to deal with Ice Meteor. Fire and Ice Meteors will begin descending around the arena in a triangular pattern marked as either red or white. Players that were marked with Infinite Fire should stand within the red meteor, while players marked with Infinite Ice should stand on the white meteor. It is worth noting that only the marked player needs to stand in the appropriate meteor to soak damage. However, should meteors remain unsoaked or if players stand in the wrong meteors, the entire party will be inflicted with a stack of vulnerability. That, I think, is what happened. Either people assumed opposites with the meteors, which I would have also assumed if I had not looked at this literally right before the fight started. Or not all the meteors were being blocked. And so, a lot of people died, but I had tank privilege, and so I was fine. The bodies of the fallen now accompany the survivors on the return journey to Garlemald. 'Tis known that the Imperials recognize no god, yet they would honor the dead in their own fashion. And when we next meet, our fleeting alliance will surely be forgotten. 'Twas an interesting exchange, nonetheless. But yeah, for anybody who showed up during the fight, I did not fucking remember that fight at all. Because I get it so infrequently when I'm doing like random roulette stuff. And so like while we were like waiting for the fight, I very quickly Googled the fight and was just like looking at like a guide basically for the fight to be like, what the fuck is this fight? So that I can try to attempt to explain this. And that's when I learned, hey, you want to match the element of the meteor, not do the opposite. Because like, fire and ice mechanics are very common in this game, and it's always like 50-50 if it's like, do you want to match the element or do you want the opposite element? Because it's like, are you being immune to the incoming element, or are you trying to cancel out the incoming element? Because both happen in fights throughout this game. They spoke of their present ruler as a man who values self-sufficiency. Varus befriended Regula in their youth, it seems, and was highly impressed by his martial prowess. 'Tis common knowledge that Regula's rise to Legatus was in great part advocated by the Emperor himself. Regula freely admitted his shortcomings when it came to politics, and it was Varus's unconditional support that served to win his undying fealty. One does not expect such tales of comradeship to lurk beneath the Empire's iron exterior. Contrary to all expectations, the man died a hero. Witnessing the way you all leapt into danger without hesitation, it would seem I am surrounded by heroes. And yet, my own actions were aught but heroic. I have not the qualities nor the character to stand at the Warrior of Light's side. What a curious thing to say. Are you truly concerned that you do not measure up to some arbitrary requirement? If you knew the path I walked to reach this place, then you would understand why I doubt myself so. Return with me to the Rising Stones, and I shall tell you of it. Finally! This 10-year-old can stop trying to be a secret keeper. It is unbecoming of a child. It's just frustrating when you do it. I mean, not to say kids can't have secrets, they surely can, they deserve privacy, but it's like, don't try to be fucking mysterious and enigmatic about it, bud. It's annoying even when adults do it. With your victory over Zervan, the war in Triad is finally defeated. I'm afraid, however, that my own efforts have been more a hindrance than help. You and your fellow Scions deserve to hear the reasons behind my actions. I promise to tell you of my journey, of who I am, of where I am from. The truth is, I am not of this world. I was born of a different star, a child whose power of the Echo was too feeble to save his dying world. A child who unlike you, never became a warrior of light. When all I knew stood on the brink of destruction, I was yet half grown. Had I been born but a handful of years earlier, history may have written a different tale. The seeds of other heroes that had yet to fully sprout may not have withered and perished. The star I failed to save is now known to you as the Void. AKA where all the demons live, the Void Scent, and also where we very briefly hopped into during the Crystal Tower Alliance raid. Though Fenlona knew I not spoke of my homeland, I have explained to her before the cause of its ruin. A magic was devised to contain a defeated primal with a defeated primal's might within a stone known as Auracite, and the energies which bled from this imperfect vessel gradually corrupted the champions who wielded it. These heroes became slaves to an insatiable hunger for aether, eventually transforming into hideous fiends. And none who clung to the faint traces of light were strong enough to oppose them. The demons next turned upon each other in a war which drained the land of ether in ever greater amounts, until one day the star was suddenly swallowed in a flood of darkness, an entire world unmade in an instant. The Void Scent you encounter here in this realm are the twisted remnants of once mortal beings who gnaw on what motes of life force that remain. Hi, Elidibus. And as I lay dying, beaten and broken in my failed last stand, 'twas a white-robed Ascian who found my tormented spirit and bore me away to the rift betwixt worlds. Elidibus has been my master ever since. At my mentor's feet did I learn of the nature of reality, of the existence of mirrored worlds and the eternal struggle between dark and light. Sudden and overwhelming superiority for either side will shatter the balance, and the world in question will be returned through the void by a calamity beyond imagining. As the self-appointed custodian of this balance, my master warned me that the source, the first of all worlds, slips perilously close to oblivion. And what spirit did this master proffer such a warning? A benevolent gesture? Or a veiled threat? To these questions and more do I mean to coax forth answers, yet no matter his intention, that Heidelin doth teeter on a knife's edge is an undeniable truth. Knowing this, what choice was given to you to make? I chose to join my master and act as his instrument on the star. The tragedy that befell my home cannot be repeated. I will see this world saved. And yet, I hesitated at the most crucial of moments. What right have I to stand alongside a true warrior of light? The fact that you are a child? Assuming that you still age, I don't know if you do, given what the fuck's happened to your world and that you've, like, you know, are mentored by an Ascian. In thine own words did thou wert called before thy time, and I offer that thou dwellest overmuch on the question of what maketh the hero. The search for the answer lieth thee paralyzed by doubt. Heed me, Master Unukalhai. You needest to not believe thyself a hero to perform great deeds. 'Tis the deed itself which earneth thee the hero's mantle. Aye, the ideals you hold can be less important than having the faith to act upon them. Regulus' loyalty to the Emperor guided his actions until the last, and though we did not see eye to eye on many things, his final deeds can be called not less than heroic. Personally, I find that faith in my companions allows me to act unhindered by uncertainty. I know that, should I ever falter, Fenlona and the others will be there to support me, or steer me back onto the right path if needed. Of course! I see. In the days leading up to my road's destruction, I was entirely alone. I never knew what it was to have such comrades. I cannot imagine the loneliness you must have felt, but look around you now, Unukalhai. You're not alone anymore. The way the camera had to go up for Lona, because she'd be so fucking big. Welcome to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I will fulfill my promise to save this world, and when I stumble, I shall be glad to have your hands there to steady me. My apologies. This is difficult for me. For so long have I spoken from behind a mask. We should all feel comfortable speaking without such concealments. Yeah, bud? You of all people are gonna say that? You're wearing a fucking potato sack and 2 goggles. I should hope that you appreciate the irony of that statement, Urianger. Okay, good. Even the game is like, really, bud? Bye, Cryo. Thanks for the help. And that's it. Easy peasy. Alright, Chapter 4, Zurvan. The followers of Zurvan were broken from their slumber, likely the doing of Sophia's worshippers, and immediately began attempting to rouse their master in the fullness of his power. We found ourselves in an unexpected alliance with the forces of the 6th Legion, and rushed inside the research facility to put a stop to the Thrall's ambitions. Although we succeeded in this initial endeavor, the effort cost the lives of many Imperial soldiers, including that of Regula von Hydrus himself. Seizing the opportunity to their sacrifice bought for us, the Warrior of Light led a company of Echo-blessed champions against the half-awoken demon and cast down the final pillar of the Warring Triad. Upon discovering the flaws apparent in the Allegan's technology, the Legatus chose to abandon its acquisition and looks to recruit the aid of the Scions with nary a moment's hesitation. His was a decision motivated not by glory, but by loyalty to his Emperor. Above all, he strove to enforce the will of his childhood friend and ensure that the primal threat hanging over the star would be eradicated. Over the course of our quest to eliminate the Warring Triad, the meddling of the Garlean Empire has been our greatest obstacle. That an officer so loftily within its ranks should recognize the danger and make such a rational choice is a significant development in a war against the primals. Ere the star upon which I was born became the void, the champions who lived upon it chose to embrace self-destruction rather than cease their infernal conflict. They became lost within their own ambitions, strangling the life from one another even as the flood of darkness swallowed them whole. Here on Hydaelyn, the power of light is not so feeble. This world will survive while the balance holds, but we must also take care that the scales do not swing too far in light's favor. As we fight on the side of light, we must trust that our companions will steer us away from the lure of extremity and help guide us along the narrow path to salvation. It is the actions of men such as Regula von Hydrus that give me hope that the future of the star is not beyond redemption. It's so fun looking back at some of this old stuff and being all like, wow, these like super innocuous little like phrases and stuff mean so much fucking more later on in the game. It's fun. What is it? It's like 2:30? Hang on, what is my fucking schedule? Okay, yeah, Christmas Eve is next week, and then Christmas Day is Thursday. I'm definitely not going to be streaming Christmas Day. I don't even know if I'm going to be around the stream for Christmas Eve because it's a week from now, and I still don't know if we're going up to visit my grandparents or not, because it's going to be dependent on what the fuck the weather is. Because in order to get to my grandparents, we have to drive through some, like, mountains, and so depending on what the weather is, we just, like, won't even attempt it. Because of, like, you know, snow and shit. So yeah, I'm just trying to think. I should still stream on the 21st, although the 21st will also be a day where I can't go late. I don't have to end early, but I definitely will not have to go late. Am I doing a New Year's stream with it being Wednesday? Am I away? That's what yeah, New Year's? Yeah, that again depends on when we come back. Because when we go up is weather dependent, when we come down, less so, but still. So we will see. Who knows, the 21st may be my last stream for like the year. I may like be around for like another stream or two. Who fucking knows? Certainly not me. I know nothing. I know what to do. Let's do some more job quests. Yeah, we can just vibe. Do I even have the Heavensward Summoner outfit? I don't remember if I do. Meant to stream for charity this month and we're over halfway done and you've done 0 streams. Whoopsies. It sure has been a time. Where the hell is Summoner? There you are. Do I have the Summoner Heavensward outfit? I don't think I do. Uh-oh. Oh no. Wait. Wait, yes I do. Yes we do. There we go. Summoner outfit. With a big glowy book, but... Hang on, do I have a better book that's not glowy and obnoxious? But yeah, you've already done so many charity streams this year, Boop, so you don't have to feel bad, I don't think. Okay, I don't have the Heavensward Summoner book, though. That's unfortunate. Fuck it, let's just do this one. Doesn't quite fit the vibe, huh? Ah! Does this one? Sure, why not? We will use the fairy book. I was not expecting the fucking sound effect. That is hilarious, actually. Okay, where the hell is job quests? Yeah, don't mind me, I'm just, like, dying over here. Heavensward Summoner, let's go! You believe Tristan to be defeated, consumed by the fire at the culmination of your battle, yet there were witness accounts that place him at the scene of attacks in the deserts of Thanalan. Fearing the worst, you and Ymitra join in the investigation to track down the madman before more innocents come to harm. Alright, where are we going? We're going to Gridania, right? Yeah. What the hell is the faster way to run there. I think Lancer's Guild is faster? I think? I have no memory. I just know this is the path I normally took. I don't know if this is faster than the other way. Actually, can I talk to you while I'm in New Game Plus? No, I can't. Fuck. Why this? I have all those. Is there, like, anything cool that I don't have yet? I think I own everything. Never mind. Wait, no. Don't have that, or that, or that. Okay, anyway. Heating pad too cozy, right? It's been so cold. So Haku has some like heat pads for him to like, you know, like sit and lay down on. It is so cold that I am sometimes like sitting down on them if he's not currently on them because I'm just like, hey, please warm my butt. It is so cold. A fitting tombstone. Ymitra has glad tidings that she would share with you. Verlona, you visit me at a most opportune moment. I have tidings that you of all people should hear. After our last encounter, I presented our findings on the art of summoning to my fellow scholars. Suffice it to say, the response has been enthusiastic. In addition to a flood of offer to assist with my research, I have also been I have also been promised a contribution of several rare Allegan tombstones. I imagine that any summoning knowledge hidden within those relics would prove of great benefit to both of us. Shall we journey out to Mordona now and pay a visit to Ramboros? Yeah, let's go! Let's go see my man Rambros. He's one of the guys that helped us out with the Crystal Tower stuff. Have an electric blanket under the sheets and it's on the bed and it's bliss. It's so nice. I mean, I can only imagine. I don't own one myself. I just have a, like, really thick blanket that, like, traps warmth really well. Like, it's... So, if I have my room closed like I currently do now, and I'm, like, streaming on the PC will actually slowly heat up my room. I've intentionally been playing computer games late at night so that my fucking PC can be used to warm my room up because it's so fucking cold. There are so many aspects of summoning that we are yet to fully understand. I wonder what incredible secrets might lurk within these newly unearthed relics. Just, you know, slowly trying to, like, bake myself via my PC. Verlona, how dare you, my friend? As ever, we are at St. Koinak. We are at St. Koinak's Find remain firmly entrenched in our efforts to excavate the secrets of the Allegan Empire. The members of Noah must be armed with knowledge if they are truly to pave the way to the future. The charity stream you did was so warm because Howard's PC was on as well, and it was like, it being a heat wave, yeah. Now see, that's when computer PC heat is bad. Like, when I first got this thing, it was like the tail end of summer. And so, I deliberately, like, would stop playing before I was going to bed, like, a bit before, so that I could leave my door open and, like, let it cool down. And now I'm doing the inverse, where I'm like, no, please cook my room. I'm begging you. I see you're here with the intrepid Ymitra. Might I assume that you have come to collect your promised tombstones? I am most eager to sink my scholar's teeth into something new. Then allow me to feed your fervor. We have uncovered a number of relics which, on cursory inspection, appear to contain detailed methodology for several summoning incantations. Who better than you to decipher the mysteries? Leviathan, Ramu, Shiva. With every new primal that appears, the importance of a thorough study of summoning magics becomes ever more apparent. Speaking of those particular deities, for Luna, I am given to understand that you had a hand in defeating every one of them. Your name features quite prominently in the reports received from the Signs of the Seventh Dawn. As you were present at each of their downfalls, then it follows that your aura was infused with the essences of those primals. Could it be possible that you now have the potential to call forth new Eggy? By the 12, of course! The most trying of the requisite conditions has already been met. All that remains is to perform the summoning rituals at the locations charged with the appropriate elemental energies. Master Rambrose, can you suggest any places in which the etheric balance tips heavily towards either water, lightning, or ice? Would it not just be where those primals live? The singing shards would adequately serve your needs for lightning. The area is alive with the constant discharge of crackling energy. The singing stars it is, then. Let us perform the austerities of lightning in an attempt to bring Ramu Eggy into this world. God, I love the glowy orb. It's so pretty. It's so pretty. Even if it's dangerous as hell, it's pretty. Let us begin the austerities of lightning. Concentrate on shifting your etheric energies towards the desired element. I sense nothing. I do not understand. All the conditions have been fulfilled. This summoning ritual has never failed us before. Whatever could we be missing? Well, there's little point in us remaining here if Ramu Eggy will not answer your call. Shall we return to Gridania? Please, big aetheryte, thank you. But yeah, I'm mostly doing this one just because it's been so long since I've seen these quests. And like, I just wanted to remember what the hell the information is in here. Because as you just saw, we can't summon a Ramu Eggy. And I'm trying to remember, why can't we do that? Because I know a lot of people are upset with Summoner, because Summoner you can only summon Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda. You can't summon Leviathan, Ramu, or Shiva. And people are upset by that and like are like, oh, but you like should be able to do it so that like Summoner has like more things to do and you're not just repeating the same thing like over and over and over. And I'm just like, gameplay wise, yes, but that would also mean having to completely change the Heavensward Summoner storyline. Because I don't remember what it is, but I know there's a reason given as to why we can't like do it. And I can't recall if any of the other job quest lines have had been changed due to like an ability changing or whatever. Excuse me. Hello, Fernlona. I scoured my research notes for a hint as to why the summoning failed, but there were no relevant revelations to be had. I am forced to conclude that the cause must lie outside our current understanding of the art. Thus shall I begin studying the tomestones we received from Rambrose, and hope that they contain some heretofore unknown wisdom. Mayhap these new Eggy require a different manner of catalyst? While I dive into this mystery, I suggest you continue practicing your art. We enter an uncharted realm of summoning, and you must be prepared body and spirit. Yeah, let's go. A matter of fact, Ymitra has new knowledge to share with you, because she has read these books in the span of like 2 seconds. Good for her. Greetings, Fernlona. Since we last met, the arduous task of deciphering those tombstones has occupied every waking moment. I have made significant progress, but the cause of the ritual's failure yet eludes me. I am somewhat heartened, however, by my discovery that a number of new incantations. In fact, there's one spell in which I believe you could soon master with a minimum of Pray, forgive my interruption. You are the leaders of the research effort on summoning magics, yes? I am Captain Dancing Wolf of the Immortal Flames. It is fortunate that I find you here, as I have questions for you both. And what would the Immortal Flames want with us, Captain Wolf? Does Oda's military have some vested interest in the activities of summoners? Just one summoner in particular, madam. We seek a man by the name of Tristan. Then you do know him. I've heard reports that you have been in pursuit of our former soldier, but I always like to have confirmation on our intelligence. The Immortal Flames have its own reasons for wanting Tristan found. If you have any idea of his whereabouts, then I must know what you know. So Tristan matched his summoning magics against yours and was ultimately consumed in fire. And you were certain he perished. Have we given you reason to suspect otherwise? I do not doubt the veracity of your tale, but there has been an incident. A merchant caravan was recently attacked by a man who, by the description given, closely resembles Tristan in appearance. Should we allow the crime of a former Imperial Flame to go unanswered, then the integrity of the entire organization will be called into question. I will find him and see that justice is served. We looked honest, Tristan was engulfed in flames, not remained. Not even a charred corpse, and we believed him utterly consumed. Could he have somehow survived that inferno? Well, listen, if he didn't even leave a corpse behind, there's technically no proof of anything. If he is alive, then we have unwittingly permitted the escape of a known pawn of the Paragons. Captain Wolf, you must allow us to accompany you on your investigation. Your combined expertise in the summoning arts is most welcome, Lady Ymitra. The attack occurred on one of the roads out of Camp Drybone. Join me at the settlement proper, and we can continue the search for witnesses. We cannot allow a madman like Tristan to roam unchecked. Let us hasten to Camp Drybone and assist Captain Wolf in his investigations. You got it. See you there, because you're going to somehow get there first, probably. Yep, there they are. How the fuck do you guys do this? Assuming Tristan truly was behind this recent violence, whatever could he stand to gain from attacking a simple caravan? Ymitra, Fernlona. As we are now cooperating on this investigation, I see no reason not to trust you with some of its duties. Let's split up and find what these merchants know. What do you know, Tutsutsi? Now that you mention it, they did discard in the body of a merchant. Such things are hardly noteworthy around here, though. I failed to take notes. A friend of mine survived the assault. Said he even caught a glimpse of the villain's twisted face. I'm certain he would tell you more had he not just left the camp the moment his injuries were bound. Okay, we have a survivor of the attack. That's pretty good. Are you up? No, you are not. Where the Oh, no, I'm blind. That's what. The attack out on the road. I hear the man who did it was swathed in a robe that was black as midnight. One of it's tempered, I should think. Interesting, but I would like to talk to that person who escaped and survived. So we have one version left to tell the tale. According to my inquiries, our intrepid trader will likely be en route to Highbridge. We may catch him on the road if we are swift. Oh, well, there's some nightmare going on. Nightmare dealt with. I heard Amalja war cries. Are you unhurt, sir? What do you mean you heard Amalja war cries? I killed them before they could do anything. Yes, thank you. Well, aside from the injuries I sustained from a previous incident, I suppose. First the caravan and now this? Must still be so eager to usher me into his halls. It is concerning the assault on your caravan that we endeavored to seek you out, sir. Is there aught you can tell us of the attacker? Aye, and I should be glad to see him brought to justice. Though I did not see his face in any great detail, concealed as it was in the depths of a black cowl, I did glimpse a lock of silvery hair. By his stature, I marked him of Hurian stock, and by his fiery servant, a hell-spawned demon in disguise. A fiery servant? Did it look like the fuck? It plays in the cutscene too. That's the one. Where do you people find those things? The villain was in command of an Ifrit Iggy then. And we know the affinity Tristan has for primal flame. Aye, all the evidence points towards our man. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. You have been of great help to our investigation. Oh, think nothing of it. Consider it poor recompense for my rescue at the hands of this gallant adventurer. I must report these developments to my superiors at the Hall of Flames. Pray, join me in Ul'dah. There is more I would discuss with you. Boom, boom. To Ul'dah! Listen, if the big, energy crystals are... Ganondorf is Santa and he is also dead. Rest in pieces. No, wait, no. I just... No. Hey, you two. Captain Wolf seems most troubled. No doubt this case has forced him to relive terrible memories he would sooner let fade. You know of Tristan's older brother, Kahedin? Both were soldiers in service to the Immortal Flames. Both were soldiers under my command. Our unit was one of many deployed on the mission to destroy the Primal Ifrit, an operation that succeeded at a staggering cost. Those who were not incinerated were tempered, with Kahedin suffering the later fate. As you well know, a primal's power is fueled by the faith of its thralls, and the greatest mercy we can grant such unfortunates is a swift journey to Thal's hallowed halls. Tristan volunteered to end the cursed existence of his own brother. He returned to Ul'dah with Kahedin's blood on his blade, and I watched, helpless, as the guilt slowly strangled the life in his eyes. No words of comfort would reach him, and when he at last quit the flames, he was a husk of the man he once was. Never did I imagine his grief-maddened mind would drive him to such desperate evils. Tristan was my soldier, and it is my responsibility to stop him. Thanks to your aid, we have mounting proof that he is still out there. When we are ready, we shall make our move. We are content to follow your lead in this, Captain Wolf, and we should certainly be fully prepared if we were to meet the Dark Summoner in battle. To that end, Fernlona, I would teach of you one of the incantations I gleaned from those repositories of Allegan wisdom. 'Tis a spell of damaging magic employed in combat by the summoners of Elb. Let us call upon Captain Wolf again once you have mastered its use. It would not do to engage Tristan while stumbling over unfamiliar magics. Oh, don't you worry. Don't you worry. I'm gonna master this so fast. Okay, yeah, that was the OE version. Minor negotiation. Dancy Wolf awaits your return, a grave expression upon his features. Auspicious timing, Perlona. There has been news, and none of it good. Our soldiers in central Thanalan have reported under another attack. I looked over the notes for the initial investigation, and it would seem that Tristan, or someone who looks very much like him, has struck again. I shall have one of my men contract Yimitra with the details, but I suggest that we head out to the Nanawal mines immediately and question one of the surviving victims. Why not? Oh yeah, the Christmas event has happened. Because I was wondering, I'm like, why is it snowing in the fucking desert city? I mean, I know it's nighttime, but... And then I remembered. Oh yeah, Christmas. Christmas is happening. Or rather, Starlight, as it is... The Starlight Celebration, as it is known in the universe. Legally distinct Christmas. Amisha has said word that she would be along shortly. If only this gentleman was as agreeable. What do you mean you have more questions? I've spilled me tale to 3 different soldiers already. Me work gets further and further behind every time I gotta stop and talk to you folk. Here's an idea though, how about you squat at my back and I'll squat at yours? The big lad in the uniform there looks like he could lift some good-sized rocks. What, and I don't? And what about you, lass, you some sort of mage? We've had some trouble with the local spriggans wiping our fire silver, and you just a woman to get it back. Let's stop us wears chocobo teeth, you know. Now, wait just a moment, sir. We don't have the time for these distractions. Then maybe I don't got the time to talk to you. Now, until there's a little give with your take. I fear he means to be stubborn about this, Relona. Please humor the man and retrieve his precious ore from the Spriggans. Fine. Oh, you big. Doesn't matter, though. Alright, there's another one. There's that one. Where is the last one? There it is. What button? Oh, it's X. Right, I think I was confusing it with where I have it on Scholar. You find them Spriggans, lass? What about me fire silver? Here you go. Also known as ruby silver, this rare grayish-red mineral is often found near veins of regular silver. For every 100 pawns of silver a miner excavates, however, she will be lucky to find even a pawns of fire silver. I wonder if that's real. I haven't heard of it if it is. Oh, you got the whole back. You got the whole lot back. Thanks. Very much appreciated. My apologies. My studies took longer than Captain Wolf? Is everything all right? Everything's fine. Now, let's hear your story, sir. I reckon you earned it. Well, we was in the mine loading the carts with our haul for the day when this bloke in robes appears. Doesn't say a word, bastard just snaps his fingers and lets his pet demon to letting me mates on fire. FFXIV, Fernlona, if you would be so kind. Bloody hell's aye, that's the fiend I saw! 'Tis as we feared then, and this robe-clad man, do you have any idea of why he attacked you? I like your goggles. Yeah, the, minor goggles are fun. Well, alas, there's more silver to be had from Nanawa. On a good day, we dig up our fair share of crystals as well. That seems to be what he was after. I'm not ashamed to say that I fled for my life once folks started going up in flames, but when I went back to work to set out the mess, the cart what had crystals in it was empty. You took them all. Audie, every single one! And that's all I've got to say about that. I hope you catch the bastard. Crystals. There was a crate of crystals on the list of goods stolen from that caravan. He must have taken everything else to conceal his intent. Our quarry grows careless, or simply impatient. At this time I re-examined other certain incidents that we did not think related to this case. Meet me at the Hall of Flames and we shall discuss the matter further. I can only imagine one reason why a man such as Tristan would seek to acquire a wealth of crystals. Come, Fernlona, let us not keep Captain Wolf waiting. Sir, why are you trying to summon a primal for real? We can already summon weird little homunculi of the primals. You don't have to summon one for real. You really don't. Whatever evil our callous foe is planning, we cannot allow it to come to fruition. Let us speak with Captain Wolf and learn what else his investigations have uncovered. I inspected our incident records, paying close attention to cargo manifests that included crystals. We had attributed several recent raids to the Amalja, but the victims were, every single one of them, burned to death. Not entirely impossible, given the lizardman's affinity for fire, but to find not a single arrow or spear wound. Aye, 'tis highly unlikely. Mayhap I should state aloud what we are all thinking. Judging by the sheer number of crystals involved, we must assume that this villain intends to call forth a primal. After my encounter with Ifrit, I learned just how devastatingly powerful these entities can be. And I believe that summoners, with their ability to harness such power, hold the potential to achieve great things. But if Tristan is truly mad enough to summon a primal, then that unthinkable act, and the bloody deeds he performed in preparation of it, will cause people to question the motives of all who practice the summoner arts. My studies of the tomestones have revealed to me a tale of adulation. The summoners of Alag were revered as heroes for their part in defeating the ancient primals. But reverence slowly turned to revulsion as practitioners, intoxicated by their own immense power, began wielding the art of summoning as a means to further their own selfish ambitions. That is not to say, of course, that all summoners chose to become tyrants. Amongst the common people, however, it became a strongly held superstition that those who meddled in the powers of primals ultimately fell into the embrace of evil. Did I search the Streamlabs? I've missed a load of streams that seems way more stable. I sure did not. I am still on OBS. It is either my internet has decided to behave, OBS has decided to behave, or that setting I told you about in OBS where it will like auto adjust the bitrate is helping a lot. Because then rather than like dropping frames and it's, becoming a stuttery mess, I believe instead when it's at low connectivity, it just becomes like pixelated. So you could, in theory, still see. potentially. Yeah, a combination of all three is also entirely likely. Technology is witchcraft. It really is. Like, I was talking to my sister the other day and explaining to her, like, load-bearing cubes and apples and stuff in video games. That's like, the developers just have to leave these, like, random items in the map or, like, out of bounds in the map because they're like, yeah, if we delete this item, things on the map just start breaking and we don't know why. We have to just leave it here. And how, like, I want to say TF2 had a map or something that had, like, a load-bearing apple of some sort. I don't remember what the exact story was. Oh, pineapple. Yeah, apple, pineapple. It was some kind of fruit in TF2 that was like, yeah, if we delete this apple, the game just doesn't fucking work. It was so funny. I don't know if they ever fixed that. This superstition blossomed into outright terror, and that is when the mage hunts began. By the end of the Third Astral Era, the last of the summoners had vanished from the stage of history. Dude, listen, I, like, coded for a little bit as part of my major. Nothing lets you understand just how fucking bullshit and, like, magic eldritch like combination coding is until you actually do it yourself, and you do, as far as you know, everything correctly, and things just don't fucking work anyway. And you're just like, why don't you work? Why can't I make you do the thing I want you to do? Howard's life as a software engineer. God. Yeah, and my major was making video games. So I very much understand why game devs are like, what the fuck is this bug? What is this thing? Why is this happening? And should we allow Tristan to go through with his plans, then we risk a repeat of that tragedy. I'll review the state of patrols on the crystal trade routes. We will catch him. It's great when a bug is load-bearing too, right? Right? It's like you fix the bug, but then things get worse and you're like, why? Why? Filona, before I joined you at the Nanawub Mines, I was able to recover another incantation that may prove useful in the coming days. Wield its power wisely. Mad, Bad, and Evanclad. Dancing Wolf is ready to go on the offensive. Greetings, Harlona. I hope you're prepared to take action. Ever since we increased our presence in the trade routes, our black-robed villain hasn't ceased his attacks. Now it is our turn to go on the offensive. With the blessings of my superiors, I have arranged for a lightly guarded shipment of crystals in which we will lure Tristan into an ambush. I want you there when we spring the trap. I've already sent word to Yamitra, and she will bring us meet us in Camp Blue Fog. Let us bring an end to this, Harlona. This ain't gonna be the end. This is only level 56. We have to get to 60. There you are. Verlona, you're here. Good. Our crystal carriers have just left camp. The plan is simple. The caravan will head towards the processing plant, but conveniently break an axle before reaching the East Watchtower. We will take up separate positions nearby and wait for Tristan to take the bait. I've had the trainer complaining long and loudly about the lack of suitable escort for his precious cargo, so we can be reasonably sure that an attack will come. I trust you need no further explanations? Head to your assigned position and do your best to keep out of sight. Sir, I'm like nearly 8 feet tall. In my head canon, Lona is taller than him if she's not already taller than him? Who knows? Yeah, there's Ymitra. Where is Dancing Wolf? Who knows? Oh, I guess he was up there. Yeah, it burns! It burns! Excuse me, sir. How did you get an Ascian robe? Why is your effort Iggy so fucking big? You okay there, ma'am? Talk to me, soldier. I'll live, Captain. He popped right out of thin air and took me by surprise. The same happened to me. Another man in dark robes stepped through some manner of portal and assailed me with spells. My position also came under attack. An underling, judging by the ease in which I dispatched him, but I had never before seen such teleportation magics. No, it cannot be. You know this man, Captain Wolf. This is Kaedin, Tristan's brother. But how? He was tempered, slain. And now both siblings have disappointed me. I should exercise some more care in choosing my pawns. And the fucking sound effect whenever I draw my weapon and the book opens, I swear to God. The little time sparkle noise, I swear to God. And Ascian, that voice. You're the one who taught Tristan the art of summoning. Have you come to inflict yet more misery upon the world? Tristan? Ah, yes, that was the other's name. I had hoped to groom him, granted him the knowledge of Alig's mages that he might unleash the wrath against the primals. Alas, he was all too easily vanquished. No matter, the Bringer of Light has proven a more than adequate replacement for my failed god slayer. With every primal you kill, the beastman's fervor grows ever hotter. We need but supply the tribes with crystals, and watch as they summon ever more terrible deities. When the confluence of chaos reaches its peak, the world shall be swallowed in darkness. Our master shall rise again. You teleported rather early in your sentence, but I don't think we heard any of that. He's gone. And we should be gone as well. I shall see that my soldiers are treated for his wounds, and then you shall wait outside the Hall of Flames. But, if the brother was killed years ago, how the hell is he still here? Or his body, at the very least. Once again, the Paragon lurks behind the curtain, pulling the strings. He should have suspected. I believe some reassessment is in order. We now know that the black-robed menace we thought to be Tristan was actually his brother, Kaedin, a reanimated puppet under the control of Ascian. Both brothers were present at Ifrit's defeat, so Kaedin's aura, too, would have sustained the primal's essence, which, if I understand correctly, would explain his ability to command the Eggy. But for that Ascian to raise the lad's corpse and press him into service as his pet summoner, I shall see that the blackguards suffer for his cruel act of depravity. Aye, the Paragon has many crimes for which he must answer, but you must move with great caution. The power of these immortals is not to be underestimated. I will return to Gridania and redouble my efforts to decipher the remaining tombstones. We cannot face an Ascian unprepared. I could have tranced all night. Dancing Wolf seems impatient to confront your elusive enemy. Ah, Verlona, have you come for word on the Ascian? I fear we have little progress to report. We did, however, hold a service for Kaedin. I have assembled the soldiers from his old unit, and together we conveyed his remains to the priest of Thal. As for Thanaland's trade routes, there is still the odd raid by bandits or beasting men, but none that involves men in black robes. I must confess, I am at a loss as to how we can track our foe. Have you spoken with Ymitra? I believe she had new findings to share with you. Alright, and then I shall go to Gridania. Just hopping through all the city-states. Forever. Nope, nope, nope. Dip. Back. There we go. I don't remember who hosts the Christmas event. Oh well. Verlona, there you are. We have much to discuss. I've been engrossed in my studies, you see, seeking every advantage for our inevitable clash with the Ascian. And as I struggled to unravel the ancient knowledge of the tombstones, I unlocked a good many mysteries, including the reason why you were unable to call forth Ramu, Iggy. When you summon an avatar, you draw upon your body's reservoir of ether to grant life and to form what is known as an arcane entity. That much we already knew. I had, however, overlooked the simple fact that our etheric reservoirs are finite. Thus, the magnitude of Eggy that you are able to summon is limited by the extent of your own life force. Simply put, if the Eggy is too powerful, then the summoning fails. But do not despair. The summoners of Alag devised a method by which one might circumvent this intrinsic limitation. Rather than attempt to summon a separate physical manifestation of a certain Eggy, the most accomplished mages discover that farless ether was required to infuse themselves with the essence of a primal's power. The technique by which a summoner would achieve this heightened state was known as a trance. What say you, Verlona? Shall we see if you can master this method? It may even allow you to contend with a paragon. But not if the essence is of an ordinary primal. Nay, we must set our sights on the most potent entity, the most fierce. I speak of the Elder Primal Bahamut. On the day of the calamity, the dragon vanished in an explosion so massive that his aether was carried to the far corners of Eorzea. You, among many others, have already been touched by his essence. Ma'am, I went crawling around throughout his regenerating corpse with 2 children. I would say Verlona's aether is plenty infused with Bahamut energy. All that remains is to perform the meditative ritual in a place steeped in Bahamut's energies, and you should be able to enter the trance of the Dreadworm. As for setting foot within the only suitable location, I believe Captain Wolf can assist us. Shall we pay him a visit? And then we go back! But yeah, I imagine that Verlona's ether is actually very weirdly, heavily draconic, but more on like a surface level kind of thing. Because as Ymitra said, because Verlona was around in Eorzea, Verlona was bathed in Bahamut's energy there. And then, because we did the coils of Bahamut, Verlona got infused with his energy again, and more like deeply this time by being, you know, fucking all up inside him. And then, because Verlona is an Azure Dragoon, like Estinian is, and I believe briefly got to use the eye, or at least like picked the eye, there is a tiny little bit of Nidhogg energy, like Aether, infused with her. And then, because we used Hraesvelgur's eye to defeat Nidhogg, as we saw last time, there's also a little bit of Hraesvelgur's energy and like Aether mixed inside of hers. And so it's like, I like to imagine that when a dragon looks at Fernlona for the first time, they're just kind of like a, what the fuck? Like, they get, like, confused. Because there's the Aether of 3 Great Worms all mixed in Fernlona's Aether, and one of the Great Worms is wrong because they were primal, which is Bahamut. Major here, certainly not one to do things by half. She petitioned me to help her gain entry to the Aether-soaked wasteland of Cartano Flats. The flats are disputed territory, jointly administered by the 3 member nations of the Eorzean Alliance. I think you mean 4, but shh! And attempting to earn the full admittance in the area is a bureaucratic nightmare. As matters stand, I was only able to secure permission to visit the Immortal Flames airship landing. If we wish to enter the flats proper, you'll need to do so under the cover of night. Prepare yourself for a tense journey, then make your way to the landing here in Ul'dah. I will have one of our elite flyers standing by. Airship landing. Oh, fun! It's a duty. Or a solo instance, whatever. I'll fly you to the front door of the flats, but that's as far as you're authorized to go. Stay on the landing or face the consequences. Yeah, I'm gonna go face the consequences. You can't stop me. So this is what became of the Cartano Flats. Never before have I sensed such tainted ether. Let us not linger long, Fernlona. Turn your mind now to Bahamut's terrible majesty and allow his power to seep into your very being. Nothing. We may need to deepen your meditations. Do you truly attempt to harness the might of Bahamut? The essence of the Elder Primo shall tear your mortal frame asunder! Every time! Every time! Chaos rises in the presence of power, but you, bringer of light, can be allowed to shine no brighter. Come and be doused in the endless waters of the 12th chalice. The what? The who? Bahamut's power shall never be yours. You'll die here, mortals! Salties, we needed more time. You must not abandon the ritual. Use Bahamut's residual energies. You would play with fire, then perish in infernal flames. Hey, you mind if I just use the primal thing that I'm trying to learn? I will cut you down with blades of wind. Did you say that because I summoned Garuda? There's one. kind of dumb. Alright, this is the last one. Excuse you? I was like a pixel away. Fucking rude. More ether. Dumbass, you're not attacking me. I'm where I should have been. It is that one. Goodbye, Titan. Nice miss with your big-ass laser beam, bud. There we go. Easies a peasies. I did not anticipate this. You should not have been able to complete the meditations under such duress. Well, I mean, you did fucking blast me with one of your lasers at, like, the last possible pixel, and I hate you for it. But I should not underestimate you again. Our next meeting shall be our last, bringer of light. Yeah, just bring out my gun. Verlona is a machinist. She does have a gun. We did it. We faced a paragon and lived. And it's all thanks to you, Verlona. You and the towering might of Bahamut that you now command. Aye, despite the Ascian's interference, we achieved what we came here for. But I'm afraid this is not the place to celebrate. Let us return to the landing before Dawn's light finds us in the forbidden territory. Yeah, the real magic wand. Gun. Twas a daring journey, but I believe the rewards merited the risk. We should now return to the Hall of Flames and see that Captain Wolf has not been stripped of his station. But yeah, once you hit the, do that quest, or finish this quest, rather, and, Is this where I want to go? No, it sure ain't, but you know what? This is fine. And get the Dreadward Trance, fucking Summoner becomes the easiest class in the goddamn game because it basically becomes a physical range. Because other than when you have Ifrit out, You, like, basically no longer have cast bars. It's kind of insane. I have reason to rejoice, my friends. It would seem that our clandestine adventure went unnoticed by my superiors. And, more importantly, we seized the upper hand in battle against an Ascian. The trance did appear most effective against our mortal foe. For such a hurried night's work, we managed to reap quite a harvest indeed. Aye, but it is a pity the bastard fled when he did. I would have liked to have settled the score then and there. 'Twas for the best, Captain. If we would truly defeat an Ascian, then we must be prepared to destroy him utterly, body and soul. All right, cool. Yeah, dread worm trance, baby. A flare for the dramatic. Dancing Wolf is awaiting Yamitra's arrival. Ramona, I was about to send for you. Yamitra should be here any moment. Ah, wonderful. We are all here. I have been pondering some metaphysical theories and would discuss my conclusions with the both of you. Ever since our battle in the flats, the memory of our adversary fleeing into the field has been preying upon my mind. According to the Scions and their research, the Paragons are effectively immortal. They are said to be ethereal entities with no physical form of their own, instead possessing an immortal host after mortal host and an endless procession down the ages. But once Verlona had acquired Dreadword Trance, the haste in which the Ascian withdrew did not seem to me the action of a being who harbors no fear of death. Thus do I pose the question, could it be that the 12th Chalice and his black-masked brethren are not as practiced in the art of possession as the red-veiled masters? At the time of the battle, our bodies were the only available hosts nearby. Assuming that he also lacks his superiors a facility to flee to the space betwixt worlds, I suspect that our foe's sudden cowardice stemmed from the inability to force his soul into our living vessels. That would explain much, including the reason why he chose the deceased Skyhead to serve as his puppet. I believe the theory is sound. Shall we put it to the test? If we are able to lure the 12th Chalice to a location devoid of potential hosts, then we might succeed in destroying him for good. Then what are we waiting for? We must begin by devising a plan to draw the villain from hiding. Not so fast, Captain Wolf. We must first obtain the means by which we can ensure the Ascian's demise. A mighty coup de grace delivered before he has a chance to retreat. Verlona, there's a passage within the last Homestone that describes how the power of a trance can be unleash a singular devastating blast. The technique itself, however, was not explained. According to my research, it can only be learned from a forbidden book on the shelves of the Great Gubal Library. To reach the library will require a long and perilous journey over Alabathia's spine and into the wilds of the Dravanian hinterlands. But I believe we three are up to the task. Especially because I can just fly and teleport. Shall we be on our way then? The key to defeating the 12th Chalice will soon be within our grasp. So where are we going? We're going to the Great Gubal Library. Yeah, how much of that can I cut? No, there is like a giant mountain. I don't think I can cut that. So let's go to Idleshire. That is presumably the closest teleport point. Him. I remember when I first got this quest. So when I first got the Heavensward, my summoner was already at level 60. So I could basically do all these quests in a row like I'm doing now. I didn't have to like wait for it to like me to catch up to the correct level. Which left the fun bit of once I got to this part, I was still at the beginning of Heavensward, which is well before you get access to this area. So I just had this in my quest log for like as long as I was going through Heavensward until I could finally get access to the Great Google Library area here and could actually finally do this goddamn quest. I just had it sitting there taunting me. Glad I am to come at the end of that road, but it will be well worth the trip once we have secured your summoner's tome. Tristan and Kaede will be avenged. Now that we have all arrived, we can enter the library and begin our search for this forbidden tome. Have you strayed far from this? You have strayed far from the safety of your cities, foolish mortals. Whatever could you be planning? Buddy, I've killed like 2 of you. How are you not scared? I've killed your like red masked higher-ups. Again? Always he arrives at the worst possible moment. 'Tis no coincidence, I fear, and this time he leaves not the chance. Oh, hey, nice friends. 'Twas amusing at first to watch you stumble like clumsy children, but too insistent is your dabbling. Those who will not dance upon our palm shall be crushed within our fist. No more shall we endure your blinding effulgence. There could be no rival to the encroaching darkness. You have earned the ire of our La Habrea's most loyal servants. Yeah, hey, fucking about that. La Habrea's like dead. Technically, I'm not the one who killed La Habrea, but he is dead. He got absorbed by a dragon eye. Or blasted? Whichever. Did you imagine the battle ended with her master's defeat? Okay, no, you actually do recognize that I've, like, killed him already. Stand now, bringer of light, and suffer the pain of our retribution. Would it not be wiser to retreat and seek the tome another day? They mean to afford us no such opportunity, my dear captain. Either we stand and fight, or we die. The fucking sparkle effect every time. In the name of Master La Habrea, we pronounce your doom! You have grown in powers, it's true, but it shall not be enough. Up, time to drop a meteor. This ain't scary. You're not scary, you're nothing. You be weak. Okay, there we go. I was about to say, where's your fucking meteor, bud? Double? hurt me. You can't hurt me. You can't get through my shield. You dum-dum. How? We were raised unto greatness by Labre himself. You defeated my master, bringer of light. Mayhap it is meet that your strength was beyond us, but the day will come. You'll not escape us this time, Ascian! Now, Freelona, unleash your power! You know the spell that I've been casting this entire fucking battle? It is done! The Paragon is no more! Most impressive display, and most impressive spell, Freelona. Where did you learn how to cast it? Did we not first require the library's tome? Nah, I'm just good like that. Oh, my apologies, Captain, but in order to save one's enemies, it's best to begin with one's friends. There was never any such book. All that Freelona truly required was the catalyst of battle to focus her energies. I knew that once the Ascians observed us traveling towards the library, he would assume we had sought some long-buried wisdom. He could not risk leaving Freelona free to gain even greater power. And so this entire journey was a feint, a trap to lure him into the wilds. Well, you certainly had me fooled. Remind me to never cross wits with you, Yamitra. My plan had you unable to cast the Death Flare. My dear Freelona, I never entertained a single doubt. Time to scoot off for dinner? Hell yeah, go get the good foods. Together we have achieved something of which few people can boast, the defeat of an Ascian. Never could I have accomplished this deed alone. Thanks to your actions, Tristan's case can also be put to rest. Long have I been haunted by the horrors of that Ifrit's mission, but at last I feel a measure of peace. I will return to Ul'Dan, have a gravestone for Tristan laid beside his brothers. We may not have his bones, but it will be a place where survivors from his unit can pay respects to the man he once was. I bid you farewell, my friends, and may we meet again under happier circumstances. I, too, would extend to you my gratitude, Freelona. In addition to untold slaughter, you have prevented summoning tragic history from repeating itself in a new age. We must take greater precautions against this ancient art of falling into the wrong hands. I will work alongside my colleagues in the Suns. Be sure that the spread of summoning is closely monitored. If only we could uncover a lasting solution to the primal predicament. There must be a way to break this repeating, perpetuating cycle of meeting force with force. As for myself, I shall continue my research into primals and summoning and offer the Scions whatever support I am able. I am certain our paths shall cross again, Freelona. Well, thanks for the help. We have not actually gotten an answer to my question as to why I can't summon Ramu, Shiva, and Leviathan. Maybe that's in the Stormblood chain. I don't remember. Alright, just one round of job quests left, and it is Scholar. I don't fucking remember how you play Scholar. This will be fun. Why are there so many people right here? Give you that back, thank you. Alright, do I have anything good for Scholar? Okay, I do have Heavensward. But yeah, this is the, like, fuck-ass one. Well, I mean, okay, the coat's okay. It's the freaking, those. Savant. And Savant. Turn on the hat. I like how on certain things with like monocles and stuff, you can like change whether you want the monocle on or not. Is fun. But yeah, this is the Summoner Heavensward outfit, and it's fucking weird. I kind of hate it. Or at least the gloves are bad. I don't like the gloves. Like, why am I wearing lights on my fucking forearms? But, well, it's whatever. Healer quest. Where is Scholar Heavensward? 500 years past, powerful magics were used to seal a great many Nimians inside the Wanderer's palace, along with a terrible plague that would transform them into what are now known as tonberries. The self-same sickness has returned, and Sorito Corito would turn to you and Alkazoka for aid in halting its spread. Steampunk Planters Peanut. Look right. It's fucking wild, and I don't like it. Or again, I don't like the gloves. The gloves are bad. The Green Death. Alkazoka's face is the picture of excitement. You have astonishing timing, Ferlona. Would you believe that I meant to send for you this very bell? Sorito Corito has summoned us both by name. His missive was unclear as to why he needs us, but when a living scholar calls, we can scarcely miss him. Just imagine the sorts of things we might learn from him. The military tactics, the Nemean secrets. Come, my friend, let us make for the shores of Bronze Lake, where Sorito Corito and untold knowledge await. Is this the Summoner quest, or not Summoner, the Scholar quest line that has the quest I am dreading? I sure hope it's not. But knowing my luck, it probably is. Where the hell are you? There you are. Thank you for coming. I hope the journey was not too taxing. Not at all. Both Ferlona and I are ready and willing to help. But pray tell, why have you summoned us? Allow me to start at the beginning. After Lily freed my heart, I returned to my people. For the first time in an age, I was myself. And I was not alone for long. Many of my kin regained their sanity once the palace was freed of the Tonberry King's malignance. Though our minds were our own, our forms remained monstrous, and we dare not venture outside. Yet within our halls, we were content with our own company and the quiet life. But it did not last. One by one, we begin to grow ill again, and then grotesque. The sickness that transformed us into tonberries has returned. What? Are you certain? Beyond all doubt. 1,500 years past, powerful magics were used to seal us in the palace alongside the sickness. Yet even those could not withstand the calamity. As we arose from our long slumber, the sickness awoken within us. Drying your hair and missing boobs on the good good hunt. Must also wait to sleep. Yeah, no, go get good sleeps. Thanks for popping in. Always appreciated. Hopefully you can get some sleep and are getting more sleep than I'm fucking getting recently. Oh god, I'm so tired. I'm so tired. Food hunt, good hunt. Listen, it's the same thing. I knew what you meant. I thought you were just being silly. No, you're getting like 4 hours a night. Oof. Oof, never mind. As a scholar, I must see my people restored in mind and body both. But finding a cure will take many moons, perhaps even years, and that is time they do not have. Yet I presume that you will not stand idle while their condition worsens. This is why you summoned us, is it not? Hope I get better sleep, hopefully. Just so, I plan to seal the worst afflicted within a section of the palace. There, they will slumber once more. This itself is no cure, but it will afford me the time I so desperately need to find a permanent solution. Now, as for the seal itself, an enchantment of this nature is not unlike a net. It is anchored at several points, and if not laid down in perfect balance, the magics will falter. In order to accomplish this balance, my people created keystones to focus and disperse ether. It is these keystones that I have need of, but I dare not seek them out myself for fear of being hunted. Then we will gather them in your stead. It is we, is it not, Firlona? Unfortunately, I don't fucking like you. Firlona's actually fine with you. I personally, as a player, fucking hate you, Alkazoka. Thank you both. The original enchantment encircled this lake, and 2 of the keystones should be somewhere along the banks. If you search the shores, I will have no doubt you will find them. Way the hell up here? Up here? As you reach to pick up the keystone, you hear the crack and rumble of rock upon rock. The hair raised on the back of your neck, you turn to see a guardian of Eld awaken! Alright, cool, good. Easies a peasies. Don't mind me, don't mind me. I need to just go see my Tonberry friend. Has your search for keystones borne fruit? I got one of them. Yes, yes, there could be no mistaking these runes. I have it, I have it. Whew, that was a pitched battle, I'll tell you. The keystone was in the clutches of an, Aragnite, and an ill-tempered one at that. That explains the distinctive odor. But the runes leave no doubt. Thank you, Alkazoka. That was the least I can do. I trust now you can seal away the worst stricken of the Nemeans now? It is not so simple, I fear. The enchantment will fail without 3 keystones. 2 on the outside and another at the center. I lack this grand keystone and the knowledge to locate it. While I search, I pray focus on your studies. I have a suspicion at what trials will await will try you sorely as a scholar. What's going to try me as a person is reading the dialogue for this game. Jesus Christ. Quarantine! Sorrito Corrito has been waiting for you. How have you been waiting for me? I've been here all along. We have divined the location of the Grand Keystone, my friend. It lies in the ruins to the east. The credit for the find truly lies with Alkazoka. His knowledge of Neem is impressive. It was not long into our discussion of the stone's whereabouts that we were able to piece together where it might be, or where it must be. As you can imagine, he did not contain his curiosity. Even now he is combing through the ruins. Please see that he comes to no harm. We often left guardians to watch our most precious assets. I told Alkazoka this, but he firmly believes in the enchantments have worn thin. I am less sure. Be careful when you take the Grand Keystone. I can be very careful. Usually. It depends on my mood. I'm usually cautious, but every now and then I do have moments of fuck it, we ball. Renlona, you have arrived in time. I believe our prize is just yonder, and I trust Sir Rita Carito mentioned the Guardians. I have my doubts they still got our prize, but better safe than sorry. Should any awaken to our presence, we will reduce them to rubble. You can't say I don't think any will awaken and then a solo duty pops up. You can't say that, dude. Yeah, fuck it, brute force, exactly. Keep your wits about you, Frelona. Oh, hi. Why does it look like you have cat ears? A guardian! Well, we have dug up much of Neem's past. Mayhap it's time we put a piece of it to rest. I have destroyed the Soul Stone. Alkazoka, please? Hey, Alkazoka, do you mind getting out of the fucking danger bubbles? Hey, Alkazoka, do you mind getting out of the danger bubbles? Do you see why I hate Alkazoka so much? But we like the danger bubbles. The danger bubbles are bad! Alkazoka, what the fuck happened to you tanking the thing for me, huh, bud? And drawing its ire. I swear to God, bud. Aha, what a team we make! No folk can stand against Scholar and Marauder. Hey, we'd have a better chance if you actually avoided mechanics, you fucking little shit. The Grand Keystone is ours. Sarita will no doubt be happy to get his hands on it. Hey, Splinter. I fucking don't like Alkazoka. I don't like him at all. He doesn't dodge mechanics and he's annoying to heal. I don't remember if the instance I'm thinking of is in this line of the Scholar Quest or if it's in like the next one for Stormblood. But there is one that I hate so bad, but I will give it to Alkazoka. It's not inherently his fault why it's bad. I mean, he doesn't help, but it's not entirely his fault. You're safe. Thank the gods and the Grand Keystone. There you go, bud. Like for Lona's hat? Yeah, the hat's fun. I fucking hate the wrist guards, but this is the, like, Heavensward scholar outfit, so here we are. Well done, you two. With this, I can cast a sealing enchantment over those of my people suffering the most. I am full glad to hear it. Soon the worst afflicted will be at peace once more, safely segregated from the others. But this is only the first step. We will need to learn the cause of the sickness before seeing my people cured. You're not alone in this, Cerrito Carito. We three shall see an end to this blight. Thank you, Alkazoka, Fernlona. I am proud to have you both at my side. Fernlona, it is time that you learn a new spell for giving succor to your comrade in arms. Indomitability. Once it was the sole province of high-ranking scholars. May it serve you well henceforth. Thank you for the skill I already have. You weird walking lettuce. Well, I guess not walking lettuce. The sylphs are walking lettuce. Still even is that right? That one. The one I can't fucking use for these solo instances. False friends. Cerrito Carito seems to be at a wit's end. Why does it look like Alkazoka's posing with like a glass of milk or something? What are you doing? I have worked day and night on the cure, and yet I have little to show for it. My research is at a standstill for a lack of information. I fear as much. If ever man had knowledge of the sickness, it was long lost before the sage. Even after careful study of Nemean tablets, I still know little more than what you have told me, that it came from the sea. From traders who returned from the South Seas, yes. They had lost their main mast in a fearsome tempest and drifted, victims of the current, until at last they ran aground on a desert isle. Half dead, they stumbled ashore and would have perished but for the Lalafellan tribe that lived there. These natives nursed the traders back to health and helped mend their ship. They even sent their men home with an amphora etched with ornate designs, a gift of friendship. In Nim, we have given them rights due to those lost at sea. When they sailed into a port a year after they had left, you can imagine how joyful the mood was. Yet our joy soon turned to horror. The traders began to grow ill, for the sickness was upon them. They transformed, and the rest you know. These stories suggest that these traders contracted the disease on the isle. The village home must have been... Hold on. The traders were hale and hearty when they returned to Nim, yes? The sickness only became known only after they reached port? You mean to suggest that it was not the men who bore the disease? Then who, or what? Something they carried, perhaps? Something like the islander's gift? That does seem to be the more likely culprit. But without the amphora, this is all just conjecture, and I would be astounded if even a shard remains after 1,500 years. As would I. It was placed on display in the royal halls for all to see. If only I considered it a possible source. The royal halls? I know exactly where those used to be. Precious little remains of them, but I will scour the area, and if Lona joins me, mayhap we will be lucky. I swear to fucking God, if this is another solo duty. Because, like, all of the job quests where you are a healer will typically pair you up with a tank so that you can, practice healing another player. But for several things, one, the tank you are with isn't actually considered part of your party, so all of your AoE heals won't actually attack, or not attack, won't affect whoever your, like, tank partner is, which is fucking annoying. It also means it's harder to check on what, like, their statuses and stuff are, like, if they have any debuffs and stuff that you need to Asuna to, like, get rid of. And then, the part that is Alkazoka's fault is, I don't know what it is, but I swear to God, compared to, like, your tank partner for, Astrologian or White Mage, Alkazoka just does not fucking dodge mechanics. I mean, your tank partners for the other two don't either. But for some reason, it is so much worse when Alkazoka doesn't dodge. I think it's because he's normally fighting more than one thing, maybe, and so he's therefore taking more damage by not dodging. I don't know what it is, but Alkazoka I fucking loathe. You see no signs of the South Seas Amphora. There is a giant clay doll, though. I hope we have not come on a fool's errand for Lona, but I see nothing to persuade me otherwise. Perhaps if you searched over there. Am I looking? Oh, over here. Get out of this fucking fate. See no sign, but there is another golem. This one doesn't have an enemy, because it's not glowing in eerie purple. You spot something half covered with soil several yalms below you. Good. Good fight. Wait, let's say you dig out an empty amphora from the soil where it lies. There we go. I guess I don't need to talk to Alkazoka. I'll just fucking go back to Surito Corito. Alkazoka doesn't need to know I found it. He can just stay over there. It's okay. It's fine. I beg your pardon, you found it? Intact? Empty amphora, as empty as the day it was made. Incredible. I remember this as though it were yesterday. This is the selfsame amphora. Damn it, I was hoping you wouldn't realize it. But it is truly an honest to God's miracle. Though, it occurs to me now that we should have handled it with a bit more care. Assuming it can turn us into tonberries. Void Scent. Is that what attempted to stop you from taking the amphora? Void Scent are drawn to the magics of their own kind, which means a Void Scent of some strength was likely sealed herein. Yes, here, a binding sigil cut into the bottom. Dear gods, it cannot be. This is the work of Mach! Mach, beware the dark, keep away or lose your heart. That Mach? An apt rhyme, doubtless inherited from Neem. Mach was our enemy, rapturous and unwise. Their magi trafficked with the void and grew mighty from shadows and attacked our lands time and again. So yeah, this is also the Mach from the Shadow of Mach Alliance Raid series I did when we first came back to 14. They were rather a culture of mages that eventually developed the whole like black mage stuff. They focused on destructive magics. Amdapur was another kingdom of the time that focused on like healing magics and discovered white magic. And then Neem was a third one that also focused on like military or on like restorative magics, but with the like blending of like martial stuff, which is where scholars came from. Yeah, the void. Which we also learned today during the Warrior Triad stuff, used to be a normal realm dimension with like normal people, but then it got fucked over with dark magic, and then it turned everyone into selfish demons. Or I guess Unokalhai kind of implied it was the other way around. It got so full of selfish people that they became demons and then flooded the world in darkness. Other way around. Look no further than this. Their sigil which sealed a void set in this gift. The islanders must have been their pawns in a plot to bring us to our knees. We were fools. Not once did we consider that everything, from the Tempest to our trader's miraculous return, might be a void mage's ploy. I must return to my tomes. Pray, allow me time to research this, and please, tell me if you begin to transform. Hey, that's terrifying? Thank you. I just go there to find your vessel, children. Unfortunately, it's not the goopy liquid kind of void. We will not find our children. Your time away has not lightened Sarita Corito's mood. Hoorah. We have, what are over in the void? Big skinny demon guys with axes, little tiny like imp things, mono-eyed bat monster things, a weird jester that it has an obsession with scythes, an evil magical girl, we fought her, that was Scathat. Did have Diablo in it, or Diablos, rather, who's a more traditional, like, demon. Thank you for joining me. I gather your noses have not shrunk, and your ears? Mine are fine, thank you very much. Good, then you are safe. I think the void set inside the amphora summoned its kind to distract you while it fled, magically concealed. Traces of this enchantment remain, but nothing else. There are no signs of toxin or miasma in the amphora. The corpses of the creatures you slew were likewise free of disease. What? Does that mean our invisible void set is indeed what spread the sickness through Neem? That is what I have come to believe. As to why it fled, I can only suppose that the long years bound within the vase robbed it of the strength to oppose you. So this game's board is more Boops' jam than yours. Yeah. It's definitely more like demons than cute little eldritch bug children. But surely it can regain that strength. My gods, if it does, the entire realm is surely at terrible risk. speaking of Eldritch Void children, I am kind of thinking of, after we're done with this round of 14, I might do Silk Song. Maybe, like, have that be the, like, playthrough, the stream playthrough. I just don't know what to do in terms of, like, the DLC that got announced. Because I'm like, do I wait for it to come out so that I can kind of see when, like, the earliest it is, or do I have a more, like, fully completed save file, which I mean, I already do because I did manage to beat the game. And, like, just going through the DLC like that. Because if it's going to be anything like Hollow Knight's DLC, well, the end bits for the DLC are clearly meant to be done end game. You're generally allowed to start them much earlier. Who knows when that will fucking be out? Yeah, although, at least if you use Hollow Knight as an example, they are generally much more consistent and faster with DLC than they are full games, but granted, they only have the 2 games, so who fucking knows? It does pose a risk, but this is also an opportunity. If we can track it down and lay it low, its corpse may lead us to a cure. Until the DLC they're working on becomes its own game, you know what? Fair. But how many DLCs did Hollow Knight have? There was Grim Troop, the Dream stuff, and the Pantheon stuff, right? Like, that's like the 3? So that's a what? 1 in 4 chance the DLC is going to become its own game? Yeah. There is truth in that. Come, Frelona, let us pursue this voice forthwith. A moment, Alkazoka. It will require all my skill to track the void scent and time besides. Moreover, you cannot afford to be defeated once I have found it. As such, I have requested the aid of an old companion. And who knows how much DLC Silk Song will get? Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, I know it was like this for Hollow Knight too. All the DLC, or at least the next one, is going to be free, and I'm just like, Team Cherry, fucking let me give you more money. What do you mean this game is only gonna be 20 bucks? What do you fucking mean? They wanted to do more with Hollow Knight, but then they didn't get the Kickstarter goals for them. Yeah. Like, I think the Abyss was supposed to be expanded on. I think fucking Zote was gonna get his own DLC or something. Like, where, like, he's playable or something. I don't fucking remember. It was stupid Zote shit. The realm's gone to shite if these sorry specimens are all the Royal Marines have got left. But they'll march like proper soldiers when I'm done, or my name isn't Helga Toga. Sergeant Toga! Frelona, do you understand who this is? Before us stands the greatest drill instructor of the Nemean military. Come on, we have much to learn and more. Thank God the Zote shit didn't get funded. I'm just curious as to what the fuck Zote DLC would be. No hardship is too great. I will become a marauder worthy of the Nemean military. Forever button about the Abyss stuff, though. Yeah, more Abyss would have been cool. You think you got what it takes to be a Royal Marine? Ha! You make me laugh. Ever wearing glasses in the battle, boy? Expect your photo to wait while you wipe the blood from the lenses, do you? And the Scholar. Had a lot like you in the war. More use dead than alive. Having their corpses piled high around us kept us safer than their damned magics ever did. You're a bloody joke. But I'm here to turn you into Royal Marines, and more Royal Marines you will be. First, the creed. To victory, come hells or high water. Come on, let me hear you. What the chat modem say. God fucking okay. Come hells or high water. Here you go, bud. To victory, come hells or high water. How do you expect to strike fear into your enemies whispering like that? Open your gobs and say it like you mean it. To victory, come hells or high water, sir! Well, you show spirit, I'll give you that. Now, to your tasks. First to the scholar. There's a band of Momoja shell swords that have been eyeing our palace. Walk up to them with a great stupid grin and laugh in their leaders' faces. The horse sons will hurl everything they've got at you for that. Acquit yourself well and you pass. Now go! Okay, fine. I'll go just taunt some guys for no reason and then kill them. Hey, bud. Why you laugh? You think Mamoja funny? No, you funny. I laugh, see? You die now. Oh shit, there's more of you. Hello. That's a giant fucking Tonberry. Hello, bud. Who are you? Why are you so big? You're fucking massive, mate. I kinda love you. What an incredible creature. Oh, speaking of, there is something I want to see if I can find, and it would be fun to do it on stream. Because yesterday there was a major patch to the game, added in a bunch of new content, but it also added in some glitched creatures, and I want to see if I can find them for myself. Or see them for myself. I kind of know where to find them already, based off of screenshots. Yeah. I've done many and more strange things in the pursuit of my goals for Luna, but massaging a man with salamander oil is the strangest yet. Oh shit, you found Godbert? Good for you, bud. Ha, you're both still alive. Not half bad. But any real Marine could have done it twice as fast. You are truly the sorriest excuse for a unit I have ever seen. With all due respect, sir, the tests you gave us were... I mean, what was supposed to be achieved by massaging that man with salamander oil? You bloody fool, if you got the ask, then clearly you learned nothing. And you, scholar, are you gonna tell me you don't know why I had you fight without a protector? Chaos reigns on the battlefield. The Marines around are all you got, and they will die for your failings. Marine scholars, everyone has to do what it takes to survive, to be all they can be. Until you understand that, you're not fit to face even the weakest void scent. That's all for today. Now get back to training. You're dismissed. Sir, yes, sir. I have been a fool, Frenlona. I will do as he says. To victory, come hells or high water. High water isn't very high for you, but sure. What do you get from this? Oh, deployment tactics. The fucking spell I never use because I forget that I have it. Scholar's a little too big-brained for me to play effectively, but it is unfortunately one of Frenlona's major, classes. And so I shall suffer. Unseen. Sorito Corito would ask again for your assistance. Any more than a puddle and he'd be struggling. I do love Lalafels, though. Their animations are so fun. Like, there are several, like, emotes that, like, Lalafels can do that I wish, beyond wish, I could, like, steal and have for myself. They're just cute. How goes the training, friends? As for Lona's comrade in arms, it is clear that her prowess with the scholarly arts has increased immeasurably thanks to Soldier Toga's advice. Alas, the same cannot be said for me. I'd already thought myself a master of the Nemean techniques, frankly, based on what I had gleaned on the tablets we uncovered, but the Sergeant's training has robbed me of that notion. I am still a novice. Until Sergeant Tolga says I am worthy, I wish to continue training. Your ambition does you well, Alkazoka. Stay true to this path, and you shall become as fine a Marine as ever marched in our banner. Well, I suppose I have no choice but to ask you to do the work of two, Frelona. I have tried every method known to me to find our missing void scent, but without success. It seems Nemean magics will not suffice. That comes as little surprise. This void scent was in Mock's thrall and likely chosen for its ability to circumvent Nemean wards. Yes, which is why I hope your academics have answers I do not. Have you any writings on void scent? I believe the Thaumaturgist Guild in Ul'dah has a collection dating back centuries, including some authored by their Baladian forefathers. Baladian, not Maki. Perhaps they were the heirs to the Void Mage legacy. In any case, this Ul'dah seems worth a visit. Will you go in my stead, Frelona? Yeah, it's probably not good if you go yourself, huh? I suggest you seek out Yayaki. She's an old friend whose love of ancient tomes rivals my own. I wish I could see her in person, but I must continue my training, as well as look for after the new recruits. New recruits? Oh, hey, yeah, it's these two. I kind of remember them. 1, 2, 3. To victory, Frelona, come hells or high water. Those two, if I remember right, are other Marauders that helped us with the level 50 Scholar Quest way back when. You remember me? Ah, our own Avatar of Devastation. What do we owe to the pleasure? I'm looking for tomes. For Alkazoka. Alkazoka? That is not a name I expected to hear, but I am glad for my fellow book lover as well. I have indeed read of voids unable to perfectly conceal their form. There was a tome on the subject. Unseen was the title, penned in the 5th Astral Era. Unfortunately, it's no longer a part of our collection. A member of the guild borrowed it for his research expedition, a project which was to last some few moons. However, that was 5 years ago, and he has not been heard from since. A pity. He proposed the most fascinating theories on void scent and traveled to the western highlands of Kurthis to put them to the proof. Alas, that area was rendered inhospitable by the calamity. There is a chance, of course, that the man is alive and the book unharmed. We traced his journey as far as Falcon's Nest. Perhaps someone there can point you towards where he ventured next. That's actually perfect, because this is where the glitched creature is. That I want to go see. I don't think there's been a hot fix for it yet, but we will have to see. How now, adventurer? On the trail of a researcher who visited 5 years ago. That is not much to go on. The garrison was still stationed here in those days. Subini is in charge of organizing the records. If any here know of your researcher, it'll be her. Oh, hello. How might I help you? A man researching void scent? Yes, where was it he mentioned? Hi, Cat. That's right. He stayed here for a time before taking the North Star downriver, which was one among the many sunk by that fearsome primal's rampage during the calamity. The lucky few who made it to shore when we were then eaten by Vilekin? Well, the boat ran aground and hasn't moved since the river froze over. You may wish to search the wreck yourself, and do be careful with the local wildlife. Thank you, ma'am. But before we go over there, let's go see if I can find glitched creatures. But yeah, so we're gonna have to go to a boat way the heck up here. And you need flight to get up on that boat. You cannot do it on foot. So again, when I finally got the Heavensward and got the unlocks on all the next tiers of job quests, I was doing those before I progressed Heavensward any. So I again had the quest stuck on this bit for a while until I had unlocked flight in this area and I could get on top of the fucking boat. In theory, I could have asked another player who had flight of hey, could you put me in a party and then carry me up there on a mount? But hey, that would require talking to people. I don't want to do that. Now let's see, is this where the glitched enemies are? I believe it was from the screenshots I saw, but I'm not seeing the funny little deer. There's no one in shout chat, right? No, okay. Maybe they did already fix it. Or maybe they're not here and they have a random location. But basically, the patch yesterday created some glitched deer that... So you see how all the enemies here are level 51? It created level 1 deer enemies that did not have a name. It just said level 1. With nothing preceding it or following it, yeah. And it was just really amazing. I'm just what the fuck are these creatures? What in the game's code has created weird little deer that are nameless and level 1? But yeah, either they have already fixed it, or the deer are only on a certain server, or the deer have different locations every time, they spawn. Oh well. Anyway, here's our crate. And there we go. And so yeah, I was stuck on this stage of this quest for several days because I needed to wait until I unlocked flight so that I could get up on top of this fucking boat. Have you found anything to aid our cause? I may have found the book. I at least found the Void Scholar's effects. These have all seen better days. But here's the book, and the writing is still legible. It'll take time and patience, but I am hopeful its secrets will allow us to ensnare our invisible void scent. Do my ears deceive me, or did you track down a book? Splendid, Frilona! As for me, I would like to think I have improved by leaps and bounds thanks to Sergeant Tolga. The recruits are coming along nicely as well. With a bit more training, every individual in our unit will be able and ready to face our void scent foe in battle. Very good, then let us all attend to our tasks. The day of reckoning will be upon us soon enough. Emergency tactics. Again, a skill I don't use nearly as often as I should because Scholar is too big brain for me. Forward, the Royal Marines. Surito Carito appears resolute. I have it, Frilona. The means to track our invisible void scent. The time has come to discuss our attack. I've been waiting for this day. What's the plan, Cerrito Carito? First, we will need to track our quarry. I believe it has been feeding upon the aether of the local creatures to regain its strength. The way in which it feeds leaves behind unique ethereal traces. As breadcrumbs mark the path of a hungry child, this trail will lead us straight to the void scent. How are we to detect these traces? With Lily's aid, she can sense where the void scent has left aether undevoured. We will begin our search where you unearth the amphora and follow where Lily leads. Once she senses the void scent is near, we will force it to show itself. Lily will illuminate the area, and her light will dispel the magics concealing it. Right, my dear? Yeah, I believe in her. She's got this. With the void scent visible, we will be able to attack with all our might. The Marines will charge and kill it before it causes more damage. This is it, Frilona. Our chance to prove the might of our core. Little one, the fate of the realm is in your hands. Are you ready? And our course is clear. May our plan ensure the sickness never again claims a victim. To hells, come to victory, come hells or high water. As I just stare off into the middle distance. Anyway, away we go. Right, yeah, this is where we got the thing. Where could it have gone? Through the ethereal traces remaining from devoured prey, your fairy senses the void state is moving towards Zelma's rune. Run. I can read? I can't speak, though. Boy howdy, can I not speak. Right, here we go. Go, Lily, go. Through the ethereal traces remaining from devoured prey, your fairy senses the voice and is heading towards Camp Bronze Lake. That's where I just fucking came from. What is it, Frelona? We need to get back to Camp Bronze Lake now. But that way lies Camp Bronze Lake. What purpose could it have there? The healing waters? No, I suppose it is home to... Of course, the wounded Maelstrom soldiers! It means to spread the sickness anew through them! We must stop it! Quickly, to the camp! Yep, this is the fucking duty I was thinking of. I hate this one. I hate this one. I hate this one! Because again, the fact that the guys that you are healing are not technically part of your party is going to be such a bad thing. God damn it, the place is bloody crowded. If we don't find the void sink quickly, there's gonna be a lot more tonberries. But how do we draw it out and open if we can't see it? Get the soldiers to evacuate. Frelona, find the void set with Lily's light. Only you can track the void set. Okay, you two are fine. Okay, so it's none of those. Or this one. Maybe it's the green ones I need. Because it's red, then imp. Okay, red is imp. Okay, yeah, we need green. Mere seconds before. There's one. Somehow missed that. What is that queer light? Is that it? Quick, after it! Frelona! Hi, hello. At long last. Woo! monster! For Limsa, for the Tonberries, and for glory, attack! To victory come hells or high water! So this solo instance, I fucking despise. It will try to infect us. We must avoid that at all costs. Namely because occasionally, the Void Scent is going to inflict, status ailments onto these guys. You need to look at them and then cure any status ailments that they have, especially if they have the one that will turn them into a Tonberry at the timer runs out. The problem is because they're not part of your party, the only way to check easily is to manually click on all of them. Why do you also have a Tonberry? Even have a chance of like healing them. Okay, we did it. I fucking don't like that duty. I don't like that duty. You're having to babysit them so much to just like be like, don't have the things. Don't have the things. Is it? Get back! Get back! It's trying to infect us! No! Now, Frenlona! We are victorious! Yes, when I think of the horror it visited upon my people, But now, no one else will have to share our fate. My thanks to you and Alkazoka both. Ah, you've got my gratitude as well. Now, to see a proper Royal Marines at it again. Or good to see a proper Royal Marines at it again. Indeed it is. Today the torch is passed on to you. May the Royal Marines evermore defend the people. I think somebody's cooking brownies because I'm like smelling baked goods and I'm like, oh, I'm hungry. Bloody Tonberry eyes, always running with, who am I kidding? You did a fine job indeed. But don't you dare think of easing up on your training on account of one victory. If you sully the name of my beloved Marines, I'll flay the skin off your back. Hey, don't do that. I like my skin. Ain't common feeling that safe in a battle. I reckon those Nemeans knew what they were doing with them scholars and fairies. I'll have your back too if you ever need it. An honor fighting beside you, madam. If you ever have need of us, you need only ask. Imagine, Verlona, defeating a Voidson over 1,500 years old. When we first met, I didn't dare think we'd achieve such things together. The threat is gone and the Royal Marines are born anew. Not a bad day's work, I dare say. But we are far from finished. I do not know what threats the future holds, but they will not find us unprepared. Not as long as I have aught to say about it. The victim, my friend, come hell's our high water. I have gathered the void sense remains. With careful research, they should yield the secrets that I need to heal my people. But I'm not so naive as to believe the answers will come quickly. Yet the cure shall be ours one day. For now, my people will labor so that we may walk with yours towards a brighter dawn. I would see a future where we are a part of the realm, not shunned by it. Thank you, my friend. Lily chose most wisely with you. Allow me to pass on to you one of Neem's mightiest abilities, Dissipation. It is a secret spell meant for use only by those scholars who have earned the full trust of their fairy companions. Use it with care. Now I must return to my people, to you and yours. Fare you well, and may our efforts make tomorrow a brighter day. And that's the Scholar quest line. For as much as I hate the solo instances in Alkazoka, I do think the lore of it's, like, kind of cool. And how it's, like, all about the Tonberries. And one of the, like, ancient civilizations in this, this world. Speaking of, get me the fuck out of this outfit. Because it is time to end stream. On Sunday, we go back to main story. We finish up the Heavensward post patches. It'll be fun. Let me just get the fuck out of this. Okay, I don't know what, like, hat you want from me. What's your F it, flowers? Put me back in this, please, and thank you. Where the peacemaker boots? There they are. Cast glamour, remove. There we go. That's pretty good. But yeah, that... Hang on, let me get out of the way of the fairy. There we go. That is stream. For the day. Let's see if there's anyone to raid, shall we? And then I'm gonna devour all the brownies I am smelling, because I swear to God somebody's baking something in this house. And I am hungry. Who is live? What are you doing? Is this a charity stream? Holiday Hoopla campaign. What the fuck is that? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I'm just gonna end stream. I am confused. But yeah, thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. I hope you have a good night, good evening, whatever time it is for you. I hope you take care of yourselves. I'll see you all tomorrow for some more Earthbound. Bye-bye.